Now you can.
It's not his camera on because he's probably got a mask on. Even while he's on.
Even at home.
Yeah. He was really careful this time.
This is my second budget meeting today,
Oh, joy.
4 meetings today.
Oh, my God.
Second.
I know.
Yeah, I ended all your small talk real quick, huh?
Wow. Are you gonna try to join the Zoom, Thomas?
Yeah, is it up? I guess it's up. I'm
I think you should be able to do it.
just gonna stay muted, so I don't want to mess up the audio.
Yeah.
So, Barry.
Yeah.
One thing we did historically is that during work sessions, we allowed no public comment.
Oh, okay.
It sped things along and didn't distract us from actually getting work done, which is the whole essence. The public will always have the ability to comment on it at the time it reaches the final product.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's on your call as chairperson, but.
Yeah, I hope it's accurate today.
Hey, it's at your desk, it's at your desk. Oh, it's already.
Hey, Steve.
All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. Everyone's here, but done. So let's go ahead and do a work session roll call and then let's get to work.
Mayor Becker,
Here.
trustee Knutson,
Here.
trustee Marco,
Here.
trustee Smith,
Here.
trustee Stelter,
Here,
trustee Valentine, trustee Weber.
I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Rick. Hang in there as long as you can, but if you need to leave, please leave.
I'll let you know.
Thank you. All right. So we are focusing tonight, we have gotten a preliminary budget from Cindy. I would like to point out that the admin funds are all balanced. Big issues are in water, sewer, and trash. If you would like, what I would like to do is to go through as many of these funds as we can possibly do. If you would like changes made, I would appreciate it if you would tell me what those changes are and why you think they need to be made. And so we're going to start with public safety. Thank you, Mary. You're welcome. Are there any changes you would like to see made in public safety?
I think it's more a matter of let's go through some of it. You know, because there's some.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. You may please stay over. I turn the meeting to you, my dear.
Yeah. All right, so what I would like to do first is give you an overview of what you're looking at so that you understand what the columns are. And then I would like to start with the police department and go through it thoroughly so that you understand it. And then we'll move on to other funds from there. So the reason that we're doing the police part tonight is because there's items on the agenda that this applies to. So I want you to understand that before you get into the meeting and have to make a decision.
I'm gonna interrupt you. just a minute. If you guys want to switch seats, so you can see the wall there. If that would work better for you or.
Better.
Well, I might slip over here, then I think I can see it better. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
It's, yes. Yeah. Still in the lead. Yeah, still.
Then just put it up.
I just. Then see.
Right. All right. Go ahead, Cindy, you can go for a minute with our little rods here.
Right, so what we have in this first column is the approved 2022 budget. And that shows two columns. This 8S column is information for me. And if it's relative, I will point it out so that you understand it, but most of what you're looking at is in the AR column. The AT column, these two columns are actual, which is in AVAW. These two columns are what's actually happened up through the information that I have up through August. And then this 13 over the December, I use this spreadsheet for multiple things. So all that 13 is in Cassell, they do a period 13, which is where I can make year-end adjustments. And so what I use that for is what I predict from for September, October, November, and December is going to be in this December 13 column. And if you go back over here where it says actual plus 13 December, that is these two added together to give you what I expect for 2022.
You want to see where you can see.
Any questions so far?
Yeah. As long as you're muted.
All right.
Any questions so far? Then over in these two columns, this is the 2023 budget. So what we're going to be looking at through this process is what is expected or what we're hoping to complete this rest of this year. This has already happened. So this is what we're hoping to will happen the rest of this year, and then also consider the 2023. What I would like is as we're going through this, ask your questions. And what I also like is if there's something missing that you speak up so that it can be added. Or if you don't want something included, that you speak up so it can be removed, so that when I do the draft budget for the first meeting in October, it has the numbers that you want in there. So that's the point of this work session and the ones from now till October is to get the items into the budget that you want in there?
Quick question, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering, is the sales tax county, does that include the back to badge money?
It sure does.
And how much of it is back to badge? Do you know? Just ballpark, is it 150, is it half?
It is more than 150, and I will tell you in a minute.
Can I just ask, you're asking that about the administration, or are you on public safety?
We're on
Public safety. Just page 9 in the packet.
I don't want page numbers now because I don't.
No, you're right, I'm wrong.
It's the same. It's 8.
It's, no, no, it's 9.
So to date, the county sales tax, so this is from January, which went into, January went into, let me just rephrase. February, March, April, May, June, July, and August. So that would be January through July. We received them a month later, so that's February. We received it in February and August. That county sales tax was 97,666, 97,666, and back the badge was 138,559.
Thank you.
Let's-
Is it worthwhile for trustees to see back the badge separated out?
I had asked for it.
I will work on that.
So do I have that right? 97,666 for the county, the normal county tax we get. And then over and above that, 138,000 for back to
That
back.
is received this year.
But that's all, that, I would think it'd be the other way around. The back to badge would be smaller. Just
We don't pay per portion of the county sales tax.
Right,
We get
what do you, oh,
6% of the back to batch.
okay, even though
I
back,
don't know what our percentage, I do know, I just don't have it in my head at this particular moment.
can you remind me what the county tax is? Sorry.
2%.
2%, thank you. Still, I'm surprised. That's pretty good now, huh?
Okay, so I am anticipating. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I can wait, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, while we're on the topic of back to badge, it's my understanding that. And correct me if I'm wrong, please, but it's my understanding that the direction to maintain budget levels was discretionary. So we can change our expenditures on our end and make up for it with back to badge money. We don't have to maintain the level of expenditure that we had before it was passed. Is that correct?
So the agreement was verbal. The way it was presented to the public was verbal. It did not say it in the question that the voters answered, but it was in all the meetings, it was made clear that the funding would not go below what it was at that time, and that the badge would be added to it.
Right.
So at that time, 182, we were doing the full 1% of town sales tax was going to the PD. It was at that time, it was 182,000. And so I have split the difference. They're not getting a full 1% of town sales tax, but they are getting more. I have budgeted more than the 182.
Yeah, that answers my question, but we talked about it being part of the code, but I didn't Thank you.
It wasn't written in the question, but it absolutely was made clear at the meetings and with all the public that that's what would happen.
Okay,
Yeah, I think Mary and I were both on the council when that passed, and we made it really clear as a council that we wanted to honor that. You know, of course, we can't encumber you guys, but this fact that it wasn't on the ballot measure was a real miss, I think, because it felt like voters felt they were voting, that you can't do a shell game with your budget. You know, that they were voting for us to keep our basic core level of funding the same and then add back to it. So we beat football. That's a good question, because if you wanted to do that, there's nothing to prevent you from doing it.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm a voter one.
I mean, the board could choose to do that. Of course, I would vote against it.
All right, Cindy?
I do believe, so I am expecting this year 579,000 in revenue. I do believe with the way that sales tax is coming in, it will be higher, but we only have 576,000 budgeted. So
Where is that 500?
that is on under the 2022 budget and the 2022 actual plus 13 December.
So combined 182 and then 359, correct?
The 579
Oh, down at the bottom in the gray.
Oh, I
is the gray, is the
Thank you.
total.
Thank you.
So the individual sources of revenue are showing in there. And then in the gray down here is the totals. So I'm talking totals.
Can you see what the 314917 is in parentheses next, just to the right of 579?
What's the difference between budget and actual?
Oh, got it.
So I have about 3,000 more budgeted, that's, I have 3,000 more coming in actual than we have available for budget.
Right, any other questions on revenues on public safety?
Yeah, so you're anticipating a large increase in police fine.
Yes. Once we have all of our,
Busy, handing out tickets.
once we have all of our officers seated and trained, I do anticipate it going back toward the direction.
It's 21K historical.
Okay, if you want to move on to,
Also, the 10,000 in yellow, it has been requested that we increase training for the officers and post provide pays for a lot of the training. So I up the amount and it's offset by this yellow. So those two are a wash of each other. The grant money would come in and pay for the expenditure. And that would come from post.
yeah,
So two things, I want y'all to see that I had sent a bunch of questions in and they're in red, so I thought, I'm kind of curious now that I'm catching up to the printed. So are we required to have 1% of sales tax go to public safety
We're not required to have 1%.
of town?
But we had agreed to at least 182,000. But historically, we have done 1% to the police department, to fund the police department.
So that begs the question then, if our promise is 182,000 and we're looking at 1% is, I assume, the 247,200 for 2023. Can we adjust that and put it elsewhere?
If, potentially.
Yeah.
Do you have someplace you want to move it to?
Well, pick one. I mean, this is general fund, right?
Yeah.
So that's sidewalks and or
That wouldn't be sidewalks, no.
But
what's that?
Capital. That's it.
Sidewalks,
But it could go to general, and correct me, I get this wrong, I think. General fund can go to enterprise, but enterprise can't go to general. Enterprise can go to general, but general can't go to enterprise. Correct. So the only funds this could work with would be
Streets.
accident,
parks.
admin building, parks, streets,
Yeah,
street maintenance.
yeah, but not capital.
Yeah, capital maintenance, street maintenance. And
Yeah.
So if,
Being on
let's
public,
go through sorry,
just really quickly.
Yeah, please. all right.
Being on public safety, I thought we made it good to taxpayers. At the time, we're paying 1%, 1% is 247. I think I could reasonably see where taxpayers would think we're playing a shell game with them in that. So, you know, we committed that we will fund the police department at the same level. We weren't specific. Right, we weren't specific, but it feels like a shell game to me. So if we are going to try and transfer that, I just want to say that that's not something I'd be in favor of. And we went over this at length yesterday with both Cindy, Rick, myself, and Matt. And went over this quite a bit about what the needs are in law enforcement. Down the road, we're going to talk about that later, about some of the critical needs for law enforcement. So taking things out and putting it into other departments will make our lives straighter.
Cindy.
So that was gonna be my suggestion. Let's go through the expenditures and see what expenditures. If there's anything that you want to change or you want to add, and then we can adjust the revenue by that, if so needed.
So I have a question about the vehicle expense. So we have, you know, for the rest of the year, we have 90,125.
Yes, that is for a,
Admin.
admin, you know. I do have 75,000 in there. Matt has gotten, estimates. The vehicle will only be gonna. Matt's gonna speak to that. And why, and he'll explain to you why he feels he needs that. And why we wanna do that this year.
So the vehicle on the used market, crew cab Ford F-150, used 19,000 miles, four-wheel drive, Nora weather. Hybrid design, so we can run off of electric battery or gas motor. From any town, or also about power, gas motor, used electric hybrid. To bring that up because you'll see our fuel bill listed throughout, and that's kind of what we like to transition in that direction. The vehicle, 55,270. Let's set the vehicle up with the radio and emergency lighting. $7,978.16. And that's through a company that does multiple law enforcement agency vehicles all around the states, the same company the county uses. I have their quote here. That's all in, everything else goes. The reason for that vehicle is multiple. That vehicle is actually written into our policy. So we're not asking for something new. We are replacing a vehicle that we have been using for a purpose that is in the policy. The example is, in our vehicle policy, if we go to court, we ask the district attorney, would you like us in uniform or suit? District attorney can choose. If the district attorney asks that we wear a suit to court, we wear a suit to court. In order for us to wear a suit to court, we cannot take a marked patrol car because that's a violation of our policy. If we are operating a marked patrol car, we are to be in uniform, armed with our body armor and all of our equipment. So we're kind of in a rock and a hard spot. The other uses that are traditionally used with that vehicle are, for example, if we have a DV victim, we are giving them a ride from the police department back to their house or to a shelter. We would use an administrative vehicle for that so as not to make that scene any more popular than it already is. We are transporting a juvenile. We would use that vehicle so as not to draw attention to ourselves or to bring that child back home or to a care facility. If we send an officer to train and he's in training for a week, like an officer was last. By policy, if he takes a marked car, he leaves this department, he is in full uniform with his sidearm and his body armor, and he drives to Denver. When he gets to Denver, he is to travel to his training from his hotel in the uniform, change out the facility into what he needs for that, if it's classroom instruction or something else. When he gets back in his car for policy, he needs to get back in uniform, go back to his hotel. When he goes out to dinner, back into his uniform, back out. It's perhaps I didn't explain this clearly that time. It's not that we're asking for something new. We're simply replacing a vehicle that was designed for that has long past that use. The vehicle is a 2002 Ford Explorer. I showed Public Safety Committee yesterday.
It's ugly.
It's been well.
Say
I
what
wouldn't
it is.
describe it.
And that was something I didn't explain clearly. It sounded like we were asking for another when we have a parking lot full of vehicles. That's not the case. This is to replace that previous administration vehicle. So we can use that when we go to meetings with the DA. When we send officers to training, when we have to travel more than 2 people to training, we don't take 2 or 3 cars because we have a cage in the back of our patrol cars, so we don't sit back there.
When you're done.
Yeah, so that vehicle is written into our policy. It's something we have used in the past. This is not a new ask. We're trying to stay on the right side of what it is we're trying to accomplish, but we're trying to work through the policy, stay on the right side and make use of this vehicle way it should.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
Mayor.
Yes.
In addition, outside of the public safety portion of this, historically, also included in administrator contracts is the use of an administrative vehicle when an administrator travels and does any trainings, any staff. And so Mike was brought up the moving to the hybrid. We discussed fuel costs. Everyone knows fuel costs are high, even as they are going down. But not only are fuel costs high, what's taking place when we're not using an admin vehicle is that the individuals are having to use their personal vehicle, which we are beginning to rack up a lot of reimbursement on mileage for personal vehicles. So it also eliminates and alleviates the necessity to provide that mileage reimbursement.
Yes, please.
So I do remember the conversation from our last meeting. My question is why a Ford F-150 and not a SUV?
We're using the Ford partly because of that hybrid motor setup. Also, none of the patrol vehicles we currently have, and most of the SUVs don't come with a tow package or receiver hitch. So we can't move our speed trailer that we have set up. The other reason is so if we go to a training, we can put the vehicles or put the firearms in the bay. We can lock those. If we go to driver training, we can put all of our cones and all of our flags in the bed of the truck, transport up to 5 people instead of running 2 or 3 vehicles or borrowing a public works vehicle to move our stuff. That's why we opted for that. Had it been a traditional truck, it wouldn't have made much sense given the mileage situation. The ratings on this truck are 24 miles per gallon, city, doesn't matter either one. That's why that's that. The other reason is it's cheaper to outfit a traditional vehicle with a wiring harness and the things they already use, other departments use, than it is to take them something new that perhaps would have been cheaper to buy, but more expensive to set up. The F-150 is a bundle. So they already have most of those things on hand. We don't have to order them, and they can interface those into that system.
Yeah, Tom.
I missed it. What year was your preferred truck?
2001 is the vehicle. Sorry, 2021.
Okay, cool. All right, so my question, I guess, to the trustees is, what year vehicle do you drive?
1983 Toyota.
CRV.
99. I got 3 vehicles. 2018.
So that's more. We got one new vehicle on the board. So I think that I understand your ask. I'm hesitant to throw money at stuff until it's broken in my own life. So like, I'll ride her till she dies kind of a thing, you know? But I understand that there's certain amount of pride and presentation that goes along with having a newer vehicle, and there's a practical sense to it. 55,000 seems like a pretty steep price. I assume that this would have some kind of a warranty or like service packages. And
Yeah. So it's from a dealer, certified pre-owned, has inspection, a 12-month warranty on it. Does not matter that we're using it for government function. They were okay with that. The other vehicle, I understand. We're trying to get in a situation where if I go older, the miles increase, and I'll be back here in 2 years trying to sell you again on something. The vehicle we have now has been a good vehicle. Our service guys, local, will tell you, taking that vehicle out of town, they're rolling the dice.
Okay, Mr. Thorne, question. Rick?
Yes, that car, that unmarked vehicle we have now it's got transmission problems. It still is not up to snuff with locking gun holders, and it's getting on its last legs. I looked at the suspension, it's getting a little tired. We need to replace stuff before it breaks, because if we have to replace it after it breaks, the price always goes up. And if we have to do it in a hurry, it gets to be a lot.
Thank you, Rick.
So also, we're talking about this year's
I
expenditure.
would appreciate it if you would ask for the floor.
Okay. You can have it.
Thank you.
Do what you want.
Dave?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions on that?
One more,
Yeah.
I guess I want to back up page of sentiment that I think a SUV is more practical. It seems like you could probably do all the same stuff if you had one with a towing package and fit more people in there. It just yeah.
Yeah.
Did you shop? Did you compare to an SUV that might be less money?
Yeah, we've looked at some. The issue with the SUV is to get the wiring harness package to make it work is more expensive unless we go with something smaller, which is not out of the question, but we still have to meet the needs of being able to transport people, put them in the back seat, use it the way it was designed. Part of the other reason we identified the F-150 is because several other departments in this area use the F-150. Hellman Ford has assured me the parts are available if we need it serviced, if we have warranty work, they're much easier to work on. We have other options with certain vehicles. It's just this checks the most boxes for us as far as availability, cost, the features, the hybrid engine, plus the towing. That's kind of what we settled on identifying. Cedar Ridge is using Chevy Tahoes. They like them very much.
So I have I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I have 75 in thousand in that number, because I guess super high, because I wasn't sure how much that outfitting part was gonna be. But we're only looking at 60,
248.
65, so I will take 10 out of that and it'll go into reserves or to something else that we need, but this balances, so I don't think that there's any additions that we want to make, but maybe you guys have something you want to add.
I was just wondering, could you show us a comparison to another vehicle? I am just really having heartburn about $65,000 for a 2021 truck. It just seems like an awful lot of money.
You haven't been buying.
No, we bought, we have a diesel Colorado 2017 and we paid 28,000, I think, 30. So it's just, and I wouldn't, you couldn't put 3 people in that back seat. But I'm just having a hard time just automatically saying yes to 65,000.
Well, we're not gonna say yes, you're just,
I know, and I'd like to see a comparison if we could. As to if,
I'd like to put on my Rick Stelter hat, and our job as a council is to set policy and set budget. I think we're getting too far down into the weeds. We start second guessing a purchasing policy.
thank you.
That's my.
So is there any changes, other changes you would like to make to the public safety and why? Yeah,
Again, mostly, Cindy, would you explain the bottom 2 rows that are in gray?
absolutely.
Because I think they show up in every table.
The first, is the total of expenditures. Oh, sorry.
yeah,
I'm having trouble doing 2 things at once. So this line right here that says public safety, these are total expenditures. This up here is total revenue. This line right here is net, so that's take revenue minus expenses, and we are spending what we have taken in. This here is where we are as of August. We have 103,000 that would go into reserve. We have 316,000 in reserves at the moment in the police department. That would put into reserves 419,000. If we stop the year in August, which obviously we're not, but we're planning on spending it all, so then we would still have a reserve of 316,000.
I just have a follow-up. So I know in so many of these funds, we are required to keep a percentage in reserves. Is that the case with public safety? Yes. And what's the percentage?
Well, public safety falls under the general fund. The policy that has been set in the past is at least 25% of expenditures, preferably 50%. Plus, there's also a 3% emergency TABOR requirement.
so then all that plays into the final balance at the end of the general fund.
If I could,
Yeah.
mostly.
And if we don't spend the back-to-back, that has to stay in the police department. It cannot go anywhere else. That gets complicated. If you start trying to move things around, it's gonna get complicated for you, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, so again, and I'm asking these questions from an overarching perspective because every one of these tables has what, or most of them have the reserves. And I'm just pointing out because the reserves were such a point of consternation in the last budget session. So I really want everyone, including the public, to understand what's in these columns, these rows. But I'm wondering on a lot of the tables that you've done in budgets, you've actually said we can't use this money because it's got to be in the 25% part. And maybe that's just with water and
It's
sewer.
not that far yet.
Okay, but will you do that with
I will.
general fund as well? I mean,
The actual, because it's I'm continuing to calculate. So, I will present that when we get to the actual draft budget.
Thank you, because the reason I say that is, it looks like we have some buffer money, but we don't have that much buffer money because of those percentages. And I really want the public to understand that at some point too, because that was an issue.
What I'm looking
Thank you.
for tonight is, so is there any changes that, or anything that, any reason you don't think that we should move forward with any of these items this year?
This year.
This year. I think we're gonna go on to next year. Okay, we're gonna move on. So, under public safety, under the 2023 budget column, then we.
Yeah, no.
Make sure I'm clear. You're asking if we have any objections to this year's expenditure of budgeted items?
That we're rearranging, we're not changing the whole, the bottom line. We are just rearranging where those funds were gonna go, and I'm making it clear where we're changing it and what we're gonna do with it now.
Okay, I guess that's, that part I'm not clear on.
And I want to clarify also that this is the budget work session, so this would just be an opportunity. So going back to the vehicle, say there was a consensus by a majority of the board in this conversation that they are not in favor of purchasing an admin vehicle, then Cindy would know, okay, we're going to take that out of here right now. Now, not hearing from a consensus that they're not, know that saying, no, we don't have an objection is not the board saying we have permission to expend the money. It will have to come before the board on an agenda. Okay.
That, I guess, sounds like we have to vote, which we
No,
can't
we're
do.
not voting.
Yeah.
We are simply giving
Yeah.
interest.
Thanks. It sounds like we have to vote, which we can't do. In order to have a board consensus.
We can shake that. I mean, you don't have to do a formal vote, but do most of the members of the board think we should not spend money on the vehicle?
I kind of feel like that's
Because
some meeting, like we're getting words. John's right. Yeah, we're stepping on.
Okay.
There's need to vote if you're gonna be doing that. If you're gonna rearrange the budget, I think we should be voting on it. And beyond that, I see that the numbers are different here. Across, I assume it's the 2022 actual and the actual plus 13, like the changes in those two columns that you're talking about. But just looking at it, I can't get a good sense of how much is changing from which category and where. So if I could get a copy of this document or whatever the current version of it is, it would be really helpful so that I could do some visualization to understand better. Electronic, it would have to be electronic. But that would help me so that I could answer the question. I feel unprepared to answer the question. That's what I'm trying to get at. Thanks.
Thank you. So in this process, your jobs are to, I have given you a tool to use. Your job is to tell me what you want to do. And I don't care how you go about doing that, but you have to tell me what you want in the budget. That is your job. Now, obviously, the fixed costs are not easily changeable. So those are not as, there are very little ways that you can change fixed costs. What you can change is, the stuff down here that's under capital outlay and additional, positions and, salary increases. That's about all that you could really change, except in this case, the vehicle, and you're about to the other thing that's in here is that Lexapro software that we're gonna ask for tonight. And so that is, you will decide that when we get to that item on the agenda. I'm showing you how that fits in the budget.
Yes, please.
Wonder if it'd be helpful, because I definitely hear the concerns of trustees saying, are we informally voting and really making decisions? And the concern I also have is Cindy being over the budget because she needs guidance. So I'm wondering if it would be possible that at the end of work sessions, we roll into the next meeting, at the beginning of the next meeting, any changes we want that we can vote on in a formal meeting. And then that way, we're clean. Because I hear your concerns and I share
Yeah,
that.
point of order has to be on the agenda.
Right.
Yeah.
So the other thing that I'd like to say too is, aren't we focusing on the 2023 budget? Because we will deal with these other items as we move through the rest of the year. So the truck will come to us, Lexapro is coming to us, and then we're really focused on 2023, not so much what is happening in 2022.
We have to do both.
Oh, yes.
So what I would suggest is that, and we'll be providing you with the updated budget calendar at the next meeting, and we can budget. We can budget as work session or as special meetings instead of work sessions.
Oh, okay.
So then you can
That
vote.
would work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just on this meeting. And the other thing that I was going to state to your question is that the reason we're doing a review of where we're at and expenditures in 2022 and then going into 2023 is because if it's an item that is deemed necessary by the department head and we don't expend the funds in 2022, that department head then needs to make the decision with committee on whether or not this is something that they want in 2023, that they then would replace something they've already got in 2020. So that's why we're revisiting.
That's why we're doing both. As if we're not gonna complete it this year, we'll do that.
Consider it next
And
year.
you want to consider it, it's got to go in next year.
Got it. Okay. Yes.
So with that in mind, now that I understand what 13 December is, so when I look now at the rightmost 2022 budget and the actual plus December, we have overspent almost every category, every line item. And I don't know how we can only end up with 3,000 over. Because travel and meetings, we've spent 16,000, we budgeted 10. I'm not looking at the trucks. Well, maybe that's part of the problem, but we have overspent already. Look at operating supplies. 1442.16, we've spent 23 and we budgeted 6,900.
The majority of it's coming from payroll. The payroll was budgeted at 465 and we are only gonna spend 337.
Right, well, that's okay, but I just wonder as we go through the year, don't we need to be cognizant of what we actually budgeted?
I'm sorry.
I'm just concerned that if we only budgeted, let's say 7,000 for operating supplies, but we spent almost 3 times that much.
So when you get down to the bottom line, which is what matters, is where the total budgeted was 576, and I'm gonna have to adjust that, but it'll go down to the 576. I will take out we'll have extra in vehicles because I've way over budgeted that, so I'll just take out of vehicles. I will take out the 3,000, so we won't be spending any more than what we budgeted. It's just indifferent. The line items don't matter, it's the total that matters.
I'm sorry, but to me, the line items matter.
But we have $135,000 extra in personnel that we didn't spend.
And then why do we do a budget?
But I mean, why? Whoa,
Okay, sorry.
Cindy.
Well, she recognized you. Oh,
So when we go into a budget, we're guessing. When we get this far, we have data that we can use that we know we're 8 months into the year. We know where closer to where what's really happening. A budget is just a guess at where we think we need to spend the money. And we're gonna try and stick to that, but things happen, lots of things happen. And then the actual is what we actually spend the money on, and that we have this much revenue, and we are expected to continue to achieve that much revenue, then we're gonna spend it where we need to spend it. And the actual is what actually happened versus what we predicted might happen last year.
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
So what I would add to that is that, yes, the line items are important. They're very important. But at the board level, what matters to you is the overall fund. And so what I mean by that is that while those line items are very important, and like Cindy stated, it's a very, very educated guess at this point. If you look historically at the budgets, Cindy 99% of the time falls right in line with the overall budget on where she expects revenues and expenditures to be. She's very good at this. So I just want to say that, yes, the line items are very important. They're very important internally on the day-to-day on what we're looking at and when she's putting together the entire budget. But at the board level, what overall matters is that the fund balance. And that has been, I know that's been stressed by staff. It's also been stressed to the board through the different CML DOLA and SRSA trainings. So I just want to point that out.
Dave?
If we're uncomfortable with the way, our department heads should be judged on the line item and how closely they're staying to the line item. Because essentially, we're approving budget and we're approving line item numbers. And I think that's what I'm hearing from my fellow trustees. There's a concern about whether there's discipline. But there's a couple examples here that I think are good ones. So for instance, with the vehicle expense, it's going to go way out of line if we decide to approve this vehicle that will come to our vote. And then, of course, the other one I wanted to point out was the dues and subscription is going to go way off the charts because we're going to decide if we decide to go with Lexipol. So, those are just two examples of where, we want to take a look at those. And that's how, at least in my experience in the public sector, we really look at how a department head is effective, is how close they're staying to their line items, and of course, how they're doing their bottom line.
Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah, I want to echo the sentiment that the line items are important. Because these aren't individual purchases, these are categories, just like public safety is a category, building is a category, it's just a finer mesh. So I think it's very important that if we allocate, and it's something that I've seen in the past years, is we allocate specific dollar amounts to specific projects or specific tasks. And if those tasks don't get done, realistically, that money should be carried over for that task to be done in the future. This is exactly the same thing as borrowing from one fund to another. It's just on a smaller scale. So I would like to see, it's something that I've considered in the past, whenever we have an expenditure, if we have this code, the fund type and account code, the 144216, say we're doing operating supplies, we're going to buy some operating supplies, make a memo on that check that says budget type or budget ID 144216. So then we know that it goes into that subcategory. And realistically, there's going to be unexpected things. It's not going to turn out exactly how we want. I get that. But that doesn't mean that we should blind ourselves to everything except for the totals and the bottom line. I think that if all we're doing is looking at bottom lines and making sure that the fund balances, we may as well let it be here because the fund doesn't balance. That's just a part of having a budget, is that it has to balance unless you want to be in debt.
Yes.
And that's what I was gonna say. To me, it's better not to spend everything that you budgeted. Spend all your revenue, so you have, so that you both have hit the nail on the head. There has to be some discipline to say, we can't buy this. We didn't budget for it. Because we don't have to spend everything that we've assigned to every fund category, just because it has to match. My philosophy is, if we don't really need it, don't buy it. So I feel like the line items are very important. And I'm concerned that some of them are 3 times higher than what was budgeted. And, you know, I don't know, I have trouble with that philosophy, sorry. It's public money.
Yeah, well, the other thing is I related to my personal budget. If I have a budget line item, groceries, and I list under there, you know, meat and vegetables, milk and eggs and that kind of stuff. And it turns out meat prices drop and I don't spend as much on meat, then I'm gonna take that meat money and spend it on the vegetables, which went way up. And so in that case, you know, it's my grocery budget that makes the difference. How much money do I have to spend on groceries? Not so much. It's how much am I going to spend on meat versus veggies? It's again.
I don't have that same philosophy, because just because the money is there doesn't mean you get to buy it, is how I work. And there's nothing that says you have to spend the revenue that was budgeted for that fund category. Leftovers are good, and we don't know, you know, we should have a very good idea of the excess from 2022 going into 2023 a lot earlier than we know now. I have no idea what excess is coming from 2021, 2022 at this point in time. See, and that's the labeling that is so important, because, yeah, I mean, we're in September and I don't know what's been brought in before.
It's dessert. That's
From,
been brought from previous years to this year.
yeah, and I cannot stress enough to make sure that that is clear, because that is money that does come into play if you have an emergency or an extra expense that you must do, which is where we are. We are at that place where we have stuff we need to pay for, and we need to find out how to pay for it. You know, we need to figure it out. We are at the can is sitting on our desks right now. That's been kicked down the road. So I want us all to be very understand what came from previous years. And I haven't known that till this September. We need, and again, I just want to reiterate, my philosophy is, just because you have a pot of money doesn't mean you get to pull money and pay for all these different things. And again, I think, Dave, you said it exactly. It is the department head that's responsible for making sure that they're working with the budget.
Yeah, as long as we're doing, speaking of personal philosophies, and to continue your analogy, if the prices go down, if we find ourselves with extra money, my instinct is to take that and save it. Or in this, like specifically, we can always reduce taxes. You know, we can always reduce our budget. If it turns out that meat prices have gone down, we can adjust our budget down. You know, we don't have to work as hard. You don't have to take as much money from everybody if we don't have to spend it if we're under. And obviously, it won't always be under, but just because it's there doesn't mean we have to spend it.
Yes, Dave,
She was going up for me.
Cindy.
Okay, so, a few things, one, you have to remember, there has been numerous changes to the departments, this year and in previous years. Secondly, the police department has put money into reserve every year for numerous years, which is why we have $316,000 in reserve. Nonetheless, there are, and yes, this money, the back-to-back money has to be used in the police department. It cannot be moved to any other department. That was part of the voters' question. And then, there are needs. And in order to meet those needs, that is what this budget is about, is finding the revenue to meet the needs of the department. So that's what I need from you, is to give me what you believe the needs are that we need to find the revenue for. This is the department head and the committee's telling you what they believe their needs are. Now you all need to tell me what your needs are for each of these departments. And it is now 6 o'clock and we're not even through the police department this year, let alone the police department's 2023 budget. And so we need to redirect and focus on telling me what you want this budget to look like
2023?
in 2022 and 2023. Because if it's not gonna happen in 2022, I need to roll it. And then we need to talk about whether we're rolling it to 2023.
Okay, 2 points. One is, I like what Cindy says, this is the 10th budget I've done for the town. We're gonna take an hour just on this. We're gonna be prepared. I think Cindy picked this because it was an easy one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the second point is, if we have excess revenues, are we required by state law to return it to the voters?
No.
We don't. The enterprise funds isolate us from that.
We debruced from paper, which requires
We
that.
did.
Yes. Okay. Well, we can't take a vote and,
No, but
but it sounds like we're split, so.
go through 2023 and then when we get to the meeting.
Yeah.
Either the finance report, you can make the changes that you want to make.
All right.
So the revenues, sales tax appears to continue to be going up. I have put in the sales tax that I believe that we will legitimately see in 2023. This payroll is our current payroll as it is right now with the positions that there are already, which if you look back at the sheets that I gave you in the last meeting, it showed the police department and how it's set up with the chief, sergeant, 3 officers, an investigator, and a police tech. That is what their salaries were at this time. Then we have work comp. That number will change based on the bid that we just got. Then we have ops, like operating, like all of that stuff is based on historical data and I believe it's accurate. Then we have police, that's mostly fuel and any potential maintenance costs and car wash. Then we have the training. So 10,000 will come from post. 5,900 will come from the town. That's for non-post covered trainings or trainings that are and meetings. They're going to a meeting out of town that covers that. Insurance, utilities, those are fixed costs. We have publications. We have 2 positions filled, so that is for ads to fill those positions. Then we have subscriptions. Those are things like our TASER program, our body cam program, our software that we have to use for the police department. Those things are covered under these subscriptions. Sorry, I'm in trouble with the 2 mouse thing. And then, student subscriptions is juvenile diversion, NETSA, which is I can't remember what it stands for, but it's a shared cost that we share with the county. And that is our portion, that's not negotiable. Lexapro, our blue books that they have to use. The CCNC is the required radio frequency. And then we also have money in here for a big, we're sharing a victims advocate with other agencies, and that's our share cost. Then under data processing, we have the software, our phones plus that they do our everything, our backups, our IT, our hosting our sites, our web, or our emails, all of that stuff is covered under that. Then we have our body cam and our taser plan. And then we do have some money that we do donate to Center of Mental Health and Dolphin House. That is in here, that we use them a lot. And so that is our way of giving back for all the times that we have to use them for our citizens. Then we go down here to capital outlay. I do not have any additional items that would be considered capital outlay. And then the last thing is adding, which we'll talk about at another meeting, because we're gonna get there with this one, is increasing salaries so that we can try and keep our officers, because right now we're losing them as fast as we're getting. Any questions? Comments?
I have a suggestion. So for operating supplies and dues and subscriptions, given that both of those were required, and I am assuming Lexapro is not in here anywhere yet.
Lexapro is built in. Lexapro.
Oh, sorry. Lexapro. Is it
Lexapro is getting built in here, yes.
on dues and subscriptions, or
It's under dues and subscriptions, the 16,000 is under in the column of
13?
13, that is the initial setup. And this year's fee, and then the 4,600 for 26 is also built in there. That's part of the 87.
So I'm just thinking, given that, and I don't know why operating supplies went up so much, 17,750 under the 13 December. But it's only, I wonder if you shouldn't budget more than $4,000 their operating supplies. Given that we're gonna spend 23 this year, unless there's some extenuating circumstances
There was.
this year.
And that's just code red, by the way.
Thank you.
I can't remember what the METSA specifically stands for, but it's the code red program.
Oh, so this year we have some issues that cause us to not have the safety gear and equipment that the department needs to be safe, such as gas masks, ballistic shield, additional uniforms for the new people. And then the cost for adding new officers, the vest for the new officer, armory storage solution, and rifle slings. That is why it's so much higher in 2022, because we need to get those things so that our officers can be safe, and we don't need them again in 2023. So that's why it goes back down. And that is back the badge money that is going to, that comes out of back the badge money.
I have a comments and corollary. The amount of time spent on any individual budget item is inversely proportional to its dollar amount. That's what we've been doing so far. So the big dollar here is salaries. Yeah. And where we are just bleeding, literally bleeding officers to other departments. And I want to make a case about how costly this turnover is, because we heard a mini example of it. But we just lost another officer in Cedar Ridge. We are right now the lowest paid department in all Delta County. So what that means is we are a training ground. Someone will come in, they'll have the intent to work for us, but they can't find a place to live because it's so dang expensive. And being the lowest paid, they are not going to find a place to live. So let me finish. So essentially there's two asks here that are going on that are big dollar asks. One of those is give those officers raises to start bringing them up to at least a medium level where they might be able to afford to live here. And then the second thing is those increases have to keep going year after year after year. And that to me is very valid use of that batch funds. So I was a little smart aleck when I said inversely proportional to the budget item, but this is our biggest budget item. Is what's the level of staffing? Are we going to pay them fairly so that we can keep them? Because it's costing us a fortune to have them go.
Okay, I just have two, and the reason she asked, what do I think needs to be fixed? And that's what a line item I thought needed to be increased. She asked, I think it should be increased. And secondly, I just want to remind everybody that we got the email from Corinne on August 4th, I believe it was, which had the table comparing, it was a single page table with police. And I want, everybody revisit that because we're going to have to do. And because I can't remember that we were the lowest paid, but I mean, I just want to remind everybody of that. Yes.
How many staff members do we have right now on public safety payroll?
Four sworn, one service tech.
Okay, so 5 people.
There is budgeted for 6. We have 2 open positions. 1 position has been open all year.
Budget for 6 sworn, 1 service tech,
And municipal judge.
and a judge. Service tech was recently brought under our safety umbrella.
Okay, so,
That's right. She was not previously budgeted completely from public safety.
okay, so 2023 budget, public safety of current payroll budget is $507,000. And we're splitting that 6 ways. Is that right? I mean, not evenly, but among 6 people.
We will be going over that thoroughly at another meeting.
8. Okay. So,
And, also, to clarify, that, the reason that the number is what it is for the safety of the officers. We have to have 2 officers scheduled or on call so that the officer that's on call or that is working, if they go on a domestic, they better have back. Because I can tell you why, because I lived it. So that is why we staff it at the level we staff it at, is for safety of the officer.
so the answer to my question is 8, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, and this is just like a reality check, split evenly, $507,000 divided by 8 is $63,000 a person. I know that our officers aren't making that. And I assume our chief will be higher than that. Is that not in line with what other towns are paying?
We should look at the chart before we decide to have this discussion.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but just a reality check on the floor. It's a reality check on like
Yeah,
the scale of that number. It seems like with that scale of fund, we should be able to retain a group of good guys,
Yes, all right, Rick?
Yes, I just wanted to let everybody kind of put this in their head. We have 3 shifts a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And ideally, there's 2 people on every day. at each shift. And what's happening is we're burning our people out because we have 4 patrol officers or 3 patrol officers now, and they don't get time off. There isn't enough time for them to get off. In an emergency, yes, they get time off, but you know, you need a day or 2 off once a week to recharge and get your batteries going. They have families, and we need to get some more personnel. And the other thing is that we start our people at $20,000 a year or $20 an hour, and that's $160 a day, and that's way below Cedar Edge. Cedar Edge starts them at 25, and we need to. We're just bleeding people in our. We train them and they go, and I'll bet you it costs anywhere from $10,000 plus to train somebody. And this last one we had for 5 months, 90 days, he was here, he was being trained with a field training officer, and then he's gone 2 months later. So we need to look at that too. That's really killing us on our budget.
Thank you, Eric. Yes.
And again, we're going to go into these later, and I think the chart is incredibly important, but I do also, in a way, just to answer that question right now, while trustee Markle's thinking about it, is that our budget also includes, it's including the benefit package as well. And when you're looking at the comparison to other communities, that's what their salaries are. That does not include their benefit package.
All right, well, it's 6:14. And we really do need to take a break between now and the meeting. So, as Mr. Weber said, if we don't find a way to get through this a little faster, we are going to be having 2 or 3 budget meetings a week just to get through this budget.
But you did finish public safety.
Yes, we mentioned public safety. Yes.
Well, I was hoping you'd do all those budget meetings while I'm gone in the last half of September.
But yeah, we need to figure out a way. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn this work session. We'll be back at 6:30.
And I'm going to drop out, folks. I'm feeling really bad now, so I'm going to drop out. Sorry.
Feel better.
I think the judge gets $425 a month.
Yeah, Joseph.
So, yeah.
I will ask this.
Because they work spots. The judge, we are. Good, well, let's see it.
See it next.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
Yes. All right. So how come your picture isn't up there, Thomas?
Because I have it turned off.
Oh, you're gonna turn it back on when the muting starts? I'm muted.
now has to be in place.
Yeah. All right, let's reconvene. We are missing 2 members. Well, don't have a quorum until they show up.
Finishing his meal outside on the bench, and I am not sure where trustee Valentine.
I think he was headed to the restroom. I can go.
I'm gonna go check the restroom.
That's a really good indicator of how long water's been in the pipeline, so for like this section of the process, it's a really good indicator.
That's what I was thinking, is like, if there's no leaks, it's gonna raise in temperature. And then it's gotta leak, yeah, it's gotta. Lower. That's like. Totally conceptual, I don't know if anybody actually does that.
Definitely is.
Okay. All right, calling this meeting to order. We're getting a baby break now. Let's do the pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Walton,
Here.
trustee Newton,
Here.
trustee Markle,
Here.
trustee Smith. Here. Trustee Stelter. Trustee Valentine,
Here.
trustee Webb.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum and we can continue. First thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I want to note that Mr. Bruner was called out of town again, so we can get a motion to continue the unfinished business to another meeting. I would appreciate that, and then to go agenda that. Any other?
Yeah, one question on, I'm not sure why the citizens initiative would appear here when it hasn't even been vetted, it hasn't gone out.
Yes.
Signature.
She asked for it to be.
Okay, so that's not the normal procedure. for-
Well, I know, but that's, she asked for it, so.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Before we get started, we have at least one staff member, we have some public people here tonight, and it might be considered to ask them what agenda items they are here for, so that rather than, I mean, we are permitted to stay here till the end of the meeting, but we don't have to force them to stay. So I'm wondering if, at least in the case of the water, which I know Jeremy is here, Jeremiah is here. And these 2 individuals who might be here for a particular agenda item.
Yes, this person.
I'm happy to introduce you to Miss Shannon Heiniger and Hayden Heiniger.
Oh.
I know who they are.
So Jeremiah is the only one who's.
I think Jeremiah's here. Is Corey up an agenda item too?
Well, he's on the staff report.
They're leaving after.
But maybe I was thinking moving those up so that they can get back to their families and stuff. So,
Well, staff reports is right after the percentage.
well, we have a water app. It's a state reports here.
Right, but I was thinking if we move the water item up to the beginning of the business.
Yeah, that's what I suggest.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to clarify, Jeremiah's under which?
he's at the back under where's,
it's the 5th bullet under new business.
Oh, during finished work tank.
yeah, use of America now. Yeah,
Revisiting the tank stuff.
right, right.
So
So
I make the amend the agenda, that subject forward.
Okay,
Second.
all right. All in favor of moving the follow-up on storage tank to the beginning of new business? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. And then we have the amended agenda eliminating unfinished business. All in favor of the agenda with the 2 changes? No,
Because what I said as amended, that you'd already.
we already, yeah, so you have 2 amendments. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next is announcements. Does anyone have announcements? All right, seeing none. Next is recognition of visitors and guests. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board on a item that is not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, let's move on to consent agenda. We have, what, 4 items on the consent agenda? Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion, we accept the consent agenda, with the corrections made.
All right, a second on that?
So
Discussion? Yeah.
Page 37 of the meeting minutes. It's 37 in the packet. Well, I think.
No.
See what, because it says 41 at the top of the page I'm on, but my counter says 37. So
Well, it's 41.
going 41 at the top, motion made by trustee Smith, seconded by trustee Knudsen. It doesn't show that we actually voted. Shows we made a motion in a second, but I'm pretty sure we voted on it. It just isn't there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else?
This isn't really the minutes, but I wanted to bring this up now just for a memory jog. At the last 5 bullets on the same page, the 3 goals of the current goals list. And I'm not sure I remember what the 3 goals were in the current goals list. Was it from July 14th? When we talked about administrator goals? And the ones I had written down were records retention policy. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
When I reviewed the video, it was the goals that were listed on the most recent evaluation follow-up from.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else? Yes. Mr.
disbursements, Paige and I reviewed all the bills this morning, found them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah.
I do, hang on one second. I had a question about, let's see, the Paradise Theater, that the gal wants her name off the liquor license, but so I didn't know, this doesn't say if somebody else's name is on the liquor license. It doesn't, I just didn't know, like, get what was going on.
Yeah, Ms. Ferguson.
The Friends of the Paradise has 2 individuals listed as manager. She's reduced her hours and is no longer working in a management position. So she's being removed from the liquor license. And in order to do that, of course, it needs to come before the board and provide it to the board of the state.
And there was no new manager's name in place there.
There is not a new name.
So there's an existing manager.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, staff reports. Ms. Ferguson.
Let me save this. Yes, so the report was included in the packet and I have a couple of additions. First, I want to let the board know, I notified trustee Markle and trustee Valentine, you weren't here yet, but I'm excited to report that the town received a SIPA micro grant for, sorry, I have. And this grant was put in to update and integrate existing hardware and software for hearing impaired and person virtual attendance. The micro grant is for the amount of $6,500. It needs to be expended by the end of June 2023. This is not a reimbursement grant. We'll receive the funds in October. And I have spoken with trustee Markle and I want to enlist the ad hoc committee to assist in investigating the advances and updates that we can make within these grant funds to improve our system. And the other item that I was following up on was there was some question about the process to erect a stop sign at Matthews Lane in Niagara. And I wanted to let the board know that the impetus for that was repeated requests made by residents in the area over multiple years. Public Works and the Police Department evaluated the stop sign in 2020 and it had never been installed. The update and request was again provided by residents in the area. And I requested the review from the current Public Works Director and Police Chief. They conferred and concurred, and so the parking lot sign was installed. Typically, under administrative and executive powers, the administrator would make that decision under model traffic code. It's made by your traffic engineer, which of course we don't have one. And when it comes to the board in the past, it's because the board was setting a policy that was overall for the town, which is a change in direction of traffic or change in speed limits, things like that. Those things would be brought to the
Okay, thank you, Ms. Any other announcements? Well, I would like to announce that I found out today that, reading the CML newsletter, that the DOLA housing planning grant is again available. It wasn't supposed to be there. Going to be one more round of funding, which means we want to reconsider going for a housing needs assessment for the town. The grant is written. All we would need to do is bring it before the board for acceptance and review. And you would need to decide which of the strategies that we would want to pursue. Anyhow, what we had proposed last time, it was 60,000. It was $60,600 with an 18% contingency, making it $79,800. It would have to be a 25% match, which would be about $20,000 if you go with the 79,000 contingency and a $15,000 match, 15,150. If we go without the contingency on that. And it would be basically to hire somebody to do a housing needs assessment for the town. So that when, the water tap moratorium is finished, we can roll this into our strategic planning and our comprehensive plan. And also it would give us the opportunity to then say, here is where we need to focus on housing. Here are our big issues. So I will be bringing this back to the board at the next meeting. We have until October 5th to submit this grant. And I would like the board to reconsider. Yeah,
Just, mostly I'm just trying to refresh my memory. So there were 12 things that we had to choose from that matched our community.
and then we had to choose 3, and I have a recommendation of 3.
Right, and was this the one where we were talking about the 3-acre sewer?
Oh, that was taken out of the grant.
Right, but is
That was in the first draft.
okay, and that's not necessary to be pointing to a place. This is
No, we're not.
overarching.
Not. But this is a really necessary first step to go ahead and start addressing our housing. All right. That being said, we are going to move on then to new business and following.
When did the public get to ask us?
I'm sorry. I have just completely missed over bunches of stuff.
That's the start.
All right, finance treasurer's report at the end.
I have submitted a written report and the bank balances for July, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Jones? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the public works report. Mr. Heidegger.
So we continue to keep trying to knock out as much of the source of requirements and that they recommend. Fix there. I think we're a little over halfway through the list that they gave us so far on that. We had the concrete pour we had to push back from today. That's part because United was having some driver issues and we had to make the last minute change in the design on the pad. So that will probably happen next week. I'm hoping if I can get a truck in. Still doing meter replacements and we did get the diversion box lids are installed. As you guys probably all know, we did have 4 water line breaks over the last week. One of them was on a private line. But it was also in an area that we had to replace the meter, so kind of allowed us to tackle 2 things at once by doing it ourselves. So that's why we kind of
tried to help out with that one because we had to dig it up anyway. And just kind of going over the 23 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Heiner. Questions for our Public Works Director? Yes.
I just had a couple questions. And when you say meter replacement underway, I didn't know if that's actually meters, home meters being replaced or meters on our system.
Yeah, they are the meters that we feed monthly, so they're for homes, businesses. Part of it. It's mostly just upgrading into the newer models that radio read. Test.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other question I had was, of course, yeah, we do know about the breaks. So I'm really curious, are those breaks happening on the same line? Just
I would
curious.
say probably 80% of the breaks that we've had since I've been here have been on the same line.
Yes.
Which one is that?
Up on, so that's the line that comes from basically Silo Corner. Just south of the 1 million gallon plant, and it runs to,
Runs almost all the way to Crest Haven.
yeah, pretty much to the Crest Haven Fall.
And so is that actually the line from the 2 million, the distribution line, the
Yes.
western distribution line from the 2 million?
It is.
Okay, so that one has been identified that it needs to be replaced. So, and just the last thing, would it help if we had more of the vacuum? What did you call them?
Events.
Air vents, the airbags on that line? Or is that hard to do? Unless you were.
I don't think they're necessarily hard to do. I don't know from like an engineering standpoint how much it would help them. Something.
Now just more PRVs, but really interesting.
No,
One of the things I want to talk about when we get to the water is like that line used to be a priority because in 2020, there were like, I think there were 187 repairs and the majority of them were on that line. So it's just like, and from JDS's report, it's like thin steel walls. So it was just junk pipe.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I do have one question, Mr. Heinberg. How many of those meters do we still have to replace before the whole system is done?
we had, I think there's still like 130 or so left replaced, and that's from every meter that we read.
Okay, and as I recall, some of those are underneath trailers and you're going to have to go underneath the
Yeah.
trailers to fix them.
And some of them were encased in concrete and stuff, so like some of them will require a lot more work than just getting them the meter pit and swapping them out, you know.
Thank you. Yes.
While we're on the subject of meters, I have two questions. One, does anybody know the status of the meter on the VOTEC building? Is that a single meter for that whole building, or is it unmetered? Because I know that the high school was unmetered for a long time. Do we know what that is?
The high school was metered. The meter just was inside the school, so we didn't have access to it out of hours. And so we relocated that out. The VOTEC building has 2 meters. The gymnasium part of the building, which is the area closest to Grand, is on its own meter. And then the classroom side of the building is also metered.
Thank you. And second question, as part of your meter replacement process, there was an individual who came to the board last year, and I can't think of the address off the top of my head, but her meter is on the other side of the railroad tracks from her house. Will you guys be relocating that pit if you get to that meter, or do you have a plan to address that?
So we've looked at quite a few different options on how to do that, and talked with some of the people in the railroad. And like, there's options to try to fix that without having to dig up on that side, like, we can basically run a cable through and pull a new line through without having to dig near the tracks or anything.
Like a pipe bursting.
Yeah, Ms. Ferguson. Wait.
Go ahead. I'll-
Okay, so Roger Barrel has a meter on the correct side and you could run a line down parallel with the track and that way don't have to mess with it. Just abandon that line under the track, just as a suggestion. You're the one to make the call.
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
So in that situation, there's some issues with willingness to provide easement. And there's also the reason that we haven't moved forward with moving the meter pit is because the line on the private line needs replaced. And so I continue to work. I actually reached out to 5 contractors to have them estimate what the cost would be for the town side and the private line side. Because the individual homeowner on Delta Avenue has come forward and has talked to the town about the situation. And I've had interest from individuals on potentially doing some kind of assistance to help her privately away from the board. And so I've had 2 companies responded and said that they were interested in bidding, and I have followed up and requested, and none of them have ever given me the cost. But the homeowner is looking into an option that she has to get her line replaced so that we would be able to connect a relocated meter on her property. So we're still looking at different options and communicating with her very regularly.
Thank you. All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, let's move on. Wait, let's wait for the police department. Mr. Lamminger or?
Yeah, I think our department briefing, those are kind of highlights, the 2 I'll hit on. The first one is the officer specific taser training. We used Delta PD taser instructor for that training. He came up, got everybody certified. We had to coordinate with them. It took us a little while. We actually had the tasers for a while, but we were relying on their instructor. But we did end up making that work. So several of our officers are carrying a new taser set. The other item of interest, this is really more for kind of tuck away from the future. I met with the department heads from the county, Delta PD, Cedar Ridge, and Hospice regarding mobile. Is a version of our filming system, the CAD system, if that we get our call. The original meeting was set up so we could kind of talk about the cost, the quote they had gotten from film and flat system we used filming this Motorola mobile. Ultimately, what we found out was that the quote they had been given was just the county's portion. It was around 330,000. So we will be reaching out for our own quote on that to see what it's going to cost us if the county decides to move to that system. I don't have those numbers yet. It's not cheap. It's something to think about down the road. I'm being told by members of the county and Motorola, our system will continue to work for a while. So I think we're okay in the immediate future moving forward, but it is something that, as the dispatch center goes, we kind of go with them in regards to how we handle calls and our dispatch calls.
Thank you. Any questions for Chief Manager? Yeah.
Did you give that number for the county again?
I think it was right around 332.
Anything else? Yeah.
I just was curious, what system are we on now? And is it just, is the company no longer going to be?
It's still a Motorola system. We use Film and Flex. The transition is to Film. And it's kind of an upgraded system with some different benefits that allow the officers to run individuals in their car and put their driver's license information, check our license plates, our VIN numbers, without tying our dispatch over the radio. There's several other things that the county is interested in that wouldn't really pertain to us. Geolocating cars, mapping software, our officers can't find them around town, and we need to do a better job training. So some of those add-ons, we would not be interested.
Anything else? All right, seeing none. Yeah, that's what.
So I suggest the town look at about the water line issue or we might want to do a survey. Because I want to know, I would like to know where is Merrill's meter pit? Is it actually on his property or is it in the easement? I think before the town can make any decisions on that, you should probably get an official survey there. I know Mary Lee has one, so it's not like it's very expensive, but before you start planning. And I do want to remind you, it's like, what is it, 50, 70 feet of private line, and that's what made it. That being said, I, on September 2nd, I emailed the clerk or the administrator, and I asked to know when and where the decision was made to erect stop signs at Matthews Lane, Niagara intersection. I remember the topic being discussed when Neil worked for the town, but I don't remember a conclusion to that decision or that discussion. Please provide specifics, and no one ever got back to me. So that being said, I remember it was specifically brought to the board. They wanted to put this in front of the board for approval, and there was a little contention around it. The four-way stop sign at the bike store, that was a board decision. I want to know exactly where you're seeing these executive and administrative powers that give you the power to create laws. I want to know that. I also want to know exactly where in the model traffic codes you think that it gives you the power to make laws. Because I thought it was the board that made the laws in this town. So I wanted clarification on that and I was ignored. Another email I sent twice an email asking for information on getting hooked up with the university. I'm on the zoning board of adjustment, and we can avail the training, the planning board, the zoning board of adjustment. We can avail the training materials that CML puts up. And we need to have our emails submitted so we're recognized. And I was never responded to after 2 emails. I'd like to suggest that this is offered or even required of all the planning commission members and all the zoning board of adjustment, because there's information there that we all need to know to be able to do our jobs. It's all a big learning experience. So I don't know what's happened with that and why there's been no response, but I'm looking at the mayor, directing my comments at the mayor, but I'm talking about the administrator right now. So I hope that I can hear back.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to follow up regarding the finished storage tank. Garcia? Yes, you were here to talk about this, I'm assuming. Yes.
Flexible.
Yeah, I was gonna say point of order. We have one line.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am not tracking well tonight. All right. Sorry, we need to do the electrical. So.
Okay. So in electrical, I included, you'll see, purchase requisition form. That lists the cost, 5-tier implementation. The prorated cost of the rest of this year effective from October till the end of the year, and next year's 12-month fee, and that would be an annual fee moving forward. That brings the total of $19,753.40. I included their proposal, to kind of explains what they do. We've gone over that. There are 5 tiers, what's involved in each tier, why each tier is important, how it's stacked together. And then finally, I included an example of their policy that kind of shows what the officers would be receiving as far as the weekly updates, the briefs, the tests they can take, quizzes, what they would be signing to say that, yeah, they receive these legislative updates. They're aware of this policy change. They know what has been changed. Well, the way it was, it is. They also show on the very back kind of an example page of the way their process works. The gray is the Lexipol example. That's how they write their policy. Then you take the yellow, that's something that would be ours. And that they would take those 2 things, blend them together. The blue is something that we would have in ours, but that's full after reviewing the policy. We agree that may be important, but it's in the wrong spot. So it could be something along the lines of uniforms or equipment issue that we need to be through. Keep it incorrect. And we will review those changes before they're made. If we want them, we change them. If we don't like them, we can tell them we don't want those changes. We want to leave things where they are.
Question, Alexa Poll? Chief? All right, yes.
So both trustees Stelter and myself are on the public safety committee. And we've been meeting since our very first meeting when committees were formed, we've been discussing flexible. It's our recommendation that we adopt.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt flexible.
Can I get a second? Yes, Mr. Markle.
I'll second, and I'd like to amend the motion to allocate funds from the public safety reserves for the 14,000 initial setup price.
Do I have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Discussion? Yeah, Mr. Robert.
I recommend that the board look at the Wikipedia article and Lexipol to basically create a policy. My feeling is I'd rather take that amount of money and turn it into salaries to officers. That we don't need more people. Lexipol has gotten into a couple of problems. One was cookie cutter approach and policies that did not fit local jurisdictions. That was one that was cited. The other one was one of their policies was to suspect people that aren't speaking English, which turned into ACLU wrote them a letter on the cease and desist because it was racial profiling and violated federal law. So I just want to put money in. Guess that's my problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, so comments on the amendment to bring money up from reserves? Yes.
And I'm questioning why that's necessary because we have back-to-back funds that are already set to be able to use these, but I think it'd be wiser to say we do a budget adjustment to allow for this expenditure. That's my suggestion. Because that's essentially what we're doing. We're in our budget hearing, we looked at what was happening with the different line items, and this is one of the line items that gets way out of whack because we're spending $14,000 this year. So what I suggest is maybe the vision of the amendment and just call it a budget adjustment.
Okay, so we need to deal with the amendment first, which is to take it out of reserves. Any other comments on that? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, my thinking is that this is an unexpected expense, not budgeted for. We have reserves. And just as a matter of good accounting, I think it makes sense to, rather than readjust our budget categories, to just have a reserve draw with this as its intended use. And at the end, it's the same, you know, yeah, it's a wash either way. It just doesn't matter of good accounting and clarity. I think having the same budget adds to my clear understanding of where everything is being spent.
Do you want to comment?
I was just wondering, Cindy, when we talked about this earlier, were you thinking of the money would come out of extra payroll as opposed to reserves, or was that, or was it reserves?
You are correct.
Budget payroll? So that's, we would not necessarily know, we wouldn't know that. So I see both sides of this. So you were just going to take it out of the overages. You have extra money in payroll because you have officers you don't have. So that's extra money you could just put to it. And so that means that much less money could potentially go into reserves at the end of the year. So it's the same amount of money, it's just where it's coming from. And if it comes from reserves, well, I don't know how we ever see it in the budget. I don't know if we ever know where the money came from. So
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's why I wanted to bring that up, because,
All right.
so maybe do.
Or vote on things.
What?
How you wanna vote?
Exactly. All right, so we have a motion to amend the main motion to take allocate the funds from reserve. All in favor? Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Then we're back to the main motion on buying Lexington. Any further discussion? Yes.
I had one other question. When I was reading about, in the contract, it talked about renewal, that foregoing pricing has been prorated, therefore agrees that they will waive the right to cancel this agreement until the end of the first renewal period. And I wondered when the first renewal period was.
It's my understanding that will be after our first full 12 months. Since this is a prorated period, it doesn't qualify us as that first renewal.
So it'd be January 2024 conceivably, or December 2023.
We would pay through this.
All right. Anything else? Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the board is clear on the amendment to the motion that you passed, that by taking something from reserve that was not budgeted in 2022's budget, you then trigger a requirement that Cindy put together and provide a official formal budget amendment that has to be provided to the state, while the use of funds that are already in the budget for 2022 that were not expended as budgeted could be reallocated with a vote of the board without an official requirement to do an official budget amendment that then is required to be provided to the state.
Thank you. Well, if our choice is we can go back and change our opinion about allocating the money from reserves and just have Cindy reallocate from excess funds. Or have Cindy do the budget. Reallocation. Yeah. That is up to the board. Yes.
I have a question. This is for our finance director.
Yeah.
If we do what I'm trying to respond to the source of training. In the source of training, they told us we could do budget adjustments during the year for unforeseen expenses.
Yeah.
So if we make a budget adjustment, is that the same kind of having to go through the state and submit documentation that you're talking about with the reserves, or is that different?
It's different. It's.
So is it
I'm
easy?
talking about what is most appropriate in this situation, or what I showed you in the budget discussion is to do the budget adjustment that you're talking about. The way that you've made the motion and where we're at right now is I now have to go and do a formal resolution. It has to be approved by the board. It has to have a public hearing. It has to be published. It has to.
Would you like that?
I move to rescind the amendment.
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to make a budget adjustment as far as having transferred money from people into the, what is this, dues and subscriptions?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay. Transferring the money from.
All right. Second?
Second.
Yes. All right. All in favor?
Just
Oh, sure.
as a matter of procedure, it would be good to hear this information before the vote is taken.
Well, I got 2 hands up and I did not. So that is my best. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now we have a main motion to buy.
Public comment.
Well, first we do them. Oh, you're right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Discussion on the.
Yeah, okay. Discussion from the public on the motion. Yes, is what?
So it's the motion to use Lexipol.
Yeah.
So the only thing that bothers me is the private contractor portion of that. It's a for-profit business. I don't think things have gone very well with our building department when it's for-profit. Things become more expensive for people. But when I Google Lexipol, there's an article, there's a column, for instance, in and Adirondack Daily Enterprise.com, and they're saying Lexipol is a private for-profit company that, according to Bloomberg News, has quietly become one of the most powerful voices in American law enforcement policy. Lexipol subscribed officers are responsible for detaining victims of traffic accidents based on their skin color, Bloomberg 2020, and for murdering autistic teenagers, and countless police departments that subscribe to the company have been sued by the ACLU. I'm just wondering what we might be getting into here. Maybe it's just really simple at Paonia and it's easy money for them, but I'm concerned. Do you really know who you're inviting to this town? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Anything else from the public? All right. Yes.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So just, I appreciate, trustee Weber's comments, and I had not seen the Wikipedia page. I'm looking at it right now. Kind of torn on this, subject, because I do think it's going to be, in the end, very expensive. The benefit that I see is that hopefully the training is actually effective, and we may have a interaction that goes better with better training and better education for our officers. So I think I'm going to be willing for this.
All right. Anything else? All right. All in favor of buying Lexipol? Aye. Opposed?
No.
All right, that motion passes. Finally, now we can move on to follow up regarding finished storage tank in the Lamborn. So. Good thing. All right. So I guess the ball's in your court, Joe.
Yes, I was sure this one that was gonna go, that we were gonna have a little discussion.
Well,
Pretty good discussion.
yeah.
So I just want to point out that SGM values the 2 million gallon storage tank at 7.3 million. And they estimate it's got another 37 life on it. So I just want to point that out. I haven't actually seen an estimate from SGM on what it will cost to reline, so we don't. So I've heard 600 million the last time we talked. I just threw out 1.5 because we're trying to come up with, you know, a budget basically to work off if that's enough. And that number has been run with, but it's not an accurate number, so we don't really know what we're comparing relining versus a new tank. And then I also want to point out that that line that Corey was talking about that keeps breaking, SGM calls it out as being like a high priority, and they estimate it's gonna be like 2.4 million to replace. So if you're looking for something to put on that grant proposal, it's like that line right there would do it. So, but yeah, I'd love it if we could have like a follow-up conversation with friends, you know, blessings to do that, where we can just like go in and dissect this report a little bit more and look at the overall system. We have a couple streets with cast iron pipe from the 60s. Certainly they probably have pinholes in them that we're not seeing the leaks from that. There's a lot of corrosion in there. I don't want to stray off topic too much, but yeah, I'd rather like field questions about the 2 million gallons or understand where you guys are coming from. What I gathered was like it's gonna cost as much to replace it entirely as it will be to reline it. But okay, yeah.
That's not the case. I mean, what we have worked, it's about $1.5 million to reline that tank. And that is to, you know, cut the hole in the side, go inside, take all the wax off, sandblast it, and then do relining and reload that together again. So it is significantly cheaper to reline that tank, and it will, and if it has a 37-year lifespan, we will have to reline it probably one more time.
Yeah, and I was curious about that too. Like I know the last time we relined it was 2005, and we're already relined it, but I think that was like inferior product. And I think there's better products on the market now that will maybe be 20, 30 years.
And so it may be, you know, if that's the case and you only have to reline it once, then relining it once will take us to the end of the lot, like a tank. As Paige was saying, in a little discussion we were having during the break was that either case, either we're going to have to take tanks offline. If we replace that 2 million, we're still gonna have to take the tank offline, to get the other tank on, because unless we build a whole new pad up there, which makes sense if we're gonna add a tank, it doesn't make sense if we're just gonna replace a tank. We're going to have to take that whole system offline. We're gonna have to use, get 1 million attached to the 2 million to be able to pump water to the upper people.
Well, I don't understand how that wouldn't work. Like, yeah, so.
It's dying over here.
It's good. This is so good. I just don't want it to become too much of a back and forth. But what we had discussed and what we wanted to bring back to the board again, and wish we had done this prior to the last meeting. So I do apologize that this is another time you're getting information that would have been helpful the first time instead of having already made motions. Is that, yes, and trustee Weber can probably confirm this. I've been told from others that were involved in trustee Stelter that the wax lining really was meant more as a short-term temporary. That was not the type of lining that is expected to have a substantial lifetime expectancy like other more superior linings are. So the fact that it didn't quite make it as long as we would have anticipated a good lining is not too much of a shock. Once you learn that stuff, not when you don't know it coming in. Second, if we have the ability to go after that kind of money, it makes sense to us with the lifetime left on the existing tank to put money into relining it and then expand that project to include line replacements, other things that we could do to really start to shore up our system. Because it'd be really great to put in a new tank and we could do that and that would be good for the system, good for the town, but it's not going to do any good when the line isn't getting the water to the people. And because we spent all the money replacing the tank. So that really is where the thought process behind this was. Let's get more bang for our buck. And if we want to save money on the relining of the tank, remember that we have included in that cost to mitigate the lead interior and exterior. And there are products, don't have cost estimates for those to use as comparisons, but there are products that can be used to seal in place the interior of the tank as well as the exterior. Or we could make the decision to bypass doing anything on the exterior right now. The exterior is not a risk until we start messing. Other thoughts?
Was our experience with the first line in 2005 that our water quality is so pure that linings seem to outlast the actual predicted value. So putting in a good solid lining, so we're going to get some more mileage out of it. During the AWC meeting on August 31st, Phil Sirianni couldn't believe we were abandoning the welded steel tank. Just look at that. So, yeah, let's keep it. It's a really nice piece of hardware.
Yes, Mr. Markle?
Yeah, so the total project costs on the tank options. Anybody have those current costs off the top of? Because I'm like, that's really what it comes down to me.
1.5 million on the tank.
Yeah, that was the relining, and then it was,
1.5
what?
And the line was
rehabilitation.
Right, rehabilitation was 1.5, and then it was close.
2.4 for the line.
That's the.
Replaces line.
Line, like it's breaking.
Right, so that's a different, so mine's separate. I'm considering the tank options. So we have 1.5 million for a rehab. And what was the?
It was like 2.5, 2.5, something like that. That was to put in a new tank. But that didn't really factor in the cost of moving the old tank.
Okay.
So we'd still have to move the old tank.
So, I mean, my consideration is the actual, like, I don't know if those numbers are accurate. I don't have the whole literature here. So,
Right.
Basically, I just don't want to short ourselves. I would rather spend whatever the percentage is, say 30% more on a solution that will be essentially permanent. So my understanding is that a glass line steel tank doesn't get relined.
Correct.
It gets resealed. Yeah, recalled, but it doesn't get relined. So this, the estimate right now from SGN, you said it was 37 years. I don't know how much I trust that. That's kind of a guess. There's no warranty behind that. If SGN is willing to back us on that number, then yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But I doubt that they will. So it just, like, this is an opportunity. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the, I forget the name of the fellow, but there's like a story of a guy that's buying boots, right? And he can't afford the really nice boots, so he buys cheap boots and they wear out faster. So over the long term, he ends up spending like 3 times as much money on boots because he doesn't save up for the good pair. Basically, I see a glass line tank as a good pair of boots that is going to last us for the rest of our lives. Whereas I see a rehab on our existing tank as a solution, which is maybe going to last 20 years and we'll have to deal with it again. That's been about $1.5 million in today's dollars.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, sorry. You want to go, Dave?
Sure. We're trying to make a decision about something that we don't have really current engineering data on, and that we don't have current estimates. And this isn't the decision, well, maybe I'm not understanding this right, but I think the decision we're trying to make tonight is, what are we applying for?
Yeah.
And I think just saying, taking care of the tank problem and taking care of the line is what we want to go. And just leave it at that for now, because part of that grant will support engineering studies, bids, and all the rest of the things we need in order to make a good decision. But right now, we're just kind of throwing mud against the wall. We had a very good presentation by Jeremiah at the last water committee. And I think all the trustees should see, even though it's in a draft form, but it laid out what types of problems and why they're problems. It opened my eyes a lot, and I thought it was a really piece. So that's another suggestion I made. But right now, I think what we need to do is go ahead with the grant, fix the tank problem, fix the line. Invite Jeremiah to do that presentation.
Yeah.
And I agree, but there's 2 pieces here. So when we made our motion last time, it was to get a second 2 million gallon tank.
No, it was to replace.
Well, get a tank. I don't remember it was like, but fix 1 million gallon tank roof. And make sure there is a line from the 8-inch 2 million gallon treatment to the 1 million gallon tank. So that's what the motion said. So now, if we want to change that, I'm not worried about the motion. I'm just saying that's where we were headed with the grant. But if we want to talk about the 2 million gallon tank, something happening with it, the 8,000, how many ever feet of the 8-inch line to be replaced? Okay. Which I think we should ask for. I don't know if we can do it in the same price. And so that's going to up it a lot, but I think that'd be good. And then the 1 million gallon tank needs a new roof.
Throw a new tank over there, you guys.
Anyway, we may as well go big, but what's the timeline for spending this grant money?
Well, being that we're not even going to start construction until 2024 at the earliest, I think we have at least 2 years.
Because here's what I'm worried about is we need to get. Is the line, the 8-inch line from the 2 million, that's our distribution line, is that the more important thing right now? To make sure that works, so we can still get water reliably from the 2 million gallon treatment to the town, and as opposed to worrying about the lead line tank. I'm just wondering priorities.
The tank needs to get done.
Right.
I mean, that's just period. We've got it.
But if we have a line that's going to keep breaking and we are relying on that, we don't have the 1 million going. Because we haven't talked about how to get the 1 million gallon tanks treatment up either. And so and one last thing I just want to throw out there. Supposedly the line isn't going from the 8-inch line to the 1 million gallon tank. And when we shut down the 2 million gallon tank, we have to have a way to get water to the upper users. And that's not been factored into our grid.
It is. This is the thing, we need to let SGM finish the 95% of the work that they did for like a project narrative, itemized list and everything, because what they're gonna do is CDPHE is gonna amend our permits so that we can allow more chlorine into distribution, so that we can continue to use Lamborn to put water to the upper users and clock for the lower users.
Inline disinfection is gonna be better. Okay.
Yeah, and
That's a big.
And I talked with the engineer down at CDPHE, he's like, that's probably what we're gonna do for you guys.
Great. Oh, great. That's
They just
solves
need
that problem.
Yes, first. I wanted to expound on the question that trustee Smith asked, and again, I'm going to go back with trustee Weber because we were when this was going on as well, that it's, I don't want to say it's 6 and 1/2 dozen in the other when you're talking about which comes first, the chicken or the egg, as far as the line of the tank. Because there's pro cons to getting an order from the state. So when we did the 1 million, we had an enforcement order from the state that said you have to. It's bad. And so the upside to that is that when the state tells you that's really bad, they are more inclined to give you money when you go for grants and loans. The downside is that then you're on their timeline and you don't have that flexibility. So making the decision about whether or not to do the line before the tank, it really isn't clear which one you should focus on first, because you don't know which one's going to fail first. The line, I personally think the line is the bigger priority. And the reason for that is we had money budgeted actually for the tank out of the grant funds when we were doing the one and when we were doing that work. But we put that money into a line replacement that was for those that were around, we called it the year of the break. And that was when we had nearly 300 water breaks in less than a 9-month period of time in the town of Canton on this line and outside line. That line was repaired, and as far as I can recall, that line was replaced. And as far as I can recall, we haven't had one issue with that line since. Knock on wood, lots of them. Now, of course, we are some years down the road needing to revisit the tank, but again, there is a large number of users of water that would not be getting good water from the town coming up on that line instead of the tank.
Okay, addressing a couple of points for Dave. We don't have any hard numbers. We do have 2.4 million from SGM for the placement of the line from the 2 million gallon tank.
And they've been way under.
Pardon?
Their estimates have been way under so far.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But at least that's supposedly an engineered estimate. So if it's way under, when we go for the grant funding, we're gonna have to build in a fudge factor, which is something we want to do. The other one for Page, we did find the interconnect line from the 2 million to the 1 million. So just a 2-inch line, but that can be tapped into and we can feed water across. So
Okay.
the only real budget number will be what our relining costs are gonna be. And we just kind of guesstimated 1.5 million, is that correct?
Yeah, I still don't know 1.5.
Oh, we had talked about this. Yeah, Ms. Ferguson.
SGM said 800,000 when they updated it from the 500,000 that we had been working our budget off of, but they said that with inflation, that by the time we got to it, they could see it going to 1.2 to 1.5.
Yeah, so we took one.
You're in there.
So the thing is, so what I'm looking at then is that if we get the combination of the DOLA grant and the SRF funds, first, the DOLA grant money will come in before the SRF funds because that is a longer process. But we can replace the line first and then keep working on doing the tank. And as Dave said, all we need for this first go round, our pre-qualification meeting, is a round number. And then as we get our engineering through our engineering planning grant and those other planning grants that come along with the SRF funds, we can get solid. So having the exact numbers right now is not necessary. But it's just deciding what we're gonna do. Are we gonna reline the tank, gonna replace the tank? Are we gonna put the roof from 1 million on there? Are we gonna replace the line?
Yeah, I just, the cost difference is actually 60% between relining versus replacing.
Yeah.
Just want to point that out. And then it's another $1 million that, the compounded interest that we have to pay back.
I don't believe our interest is compounded on an SRF grant.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I know, it's a. Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Move that we rescind the vote to replace the tank and instead reline the current tank and fix the 8-inch line coming down.
I'll second that.
Okay, do you want to add in the roof on the 1 million?
The 1 million.
Yeah.
If we can do that, I thought we had 367,000, is that correct for the, pardon, the line conversation? 367,000 that we were going to allocate towards fixing the clock plant. 369. And the PRVs. Jeremiah, do you feel that number is satisfactory?
I think we can do that. Yeah. Yeah,
We already have that money.
Okay, so then we don't need it. All right. All right, so we have a motion to rescind. Yeah,
there's just that altitude valve. I'm just, like, right now, we supposedly high demand, low flow. We're like, we can divert the Reynolds Springs from clock back over to Lamborn and keep up with demand. And I just don't see it as being a high priority right now to be able to take the water from the Lamborn plant and put it into the clock plant. And so that's like another 150K for that altitude valve. I just, like, if we could get water out of clock and into distribution and down into town, it would make sense to me, but that's not what it accomplishes. And I've been looking at it every which way. When do we actually take excess overage water from Lamborn and bank it in clock to make it be useful when we have high demand, low flow? I can't figure out when it makes sense.
well, we haven't put the altitude valve in this anyway, so.
Yeah, the altitude valve is something an AWC meeting we considered was not necessarily at all. The only time I've known we've drawn water from one tank, the other was in 2003, which is a 600-year drought. We were in bad news. We almost lost it at that time. So we did use that interconnect.
That's 2 inch.
But otherwise, you're right. We haven't used that line.
Yeah, and if we're in a pinch, it's really easy to get that 2 inch line hooked back up.
Yeah, and also that 8-inch is not that far away. If you wanted to upgrade the 2-inch to a bigger line, it's a short haul.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion.
No second.
We haven't got a second yet. Can I get a second on?
I thought I said,
Did you? Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second then to rescind
wasn't loud.
the motion to replace the 2 million gallon tank and instead reline the 2 million gallon tank and replace the 8-inch line. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Smart.
Okay, so. I mean. I don't see I see this as short-sighted. Essentially, if we're gonna be doing that much work up there, we should be doing it for the next 100 years, not for the next 30, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thomas, I agree we'll probably need a glass line tank, but I think that would be a second tank going up there in the future on a future grant. And not something, we gotta fix this now. Yeah, it's critical.
Okay, something that I think is short-sighted is decommissioning that tank without a real strategy of what we're doing with all that really useful, expensive steel that is valued at $7.3 million. What do we do with that? Do we just throw it away?
Sell it to the Chinese.
We can eBay.
You want an answer, the website, govdeals.com. That frequently there are tanks that come up on there, usually they're the tall, like, tanks, and what people will do is bid for the scrap price of the steel. And they do not go for $7.3 million. I'm not sure where that number is coming from. But it's generally in the tens of thousands of dollars for these tanks. And for us, it's a liability eventually. Once the tank fails, we have to pay to take it down. So the narrative is that we're going for right now is that we're going to spend $1.5 million maybe on rehabbing the tank that we have, which will last us for 30 years. We are going to replace the line from Clock into town that runs it. I think that's the one that's 213 PSI.
No,
No, different one. Okay, cool. Good. Replace this thin wall steel line to the tune of $2.4 million. And then in 30 years, we will have to decommission the existing tank and spend whatever the replacement cost is for a new tank at that time.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any comments from the public? Yes, Ms. Wyatt.
So is this a definitive vote right now on this project, or is this just for the purpose of writing the grants?
This is for the purpose of applying for the revolving fund.
Okay, and then, have we ever thought about getting a second opinion on the condition of that, tank up there? I mean, SGM, that's one company, and I mean, I suppose they look for thin spots or rust or things like that, but, are there ever second opinions that are given on things like this?
Ms. Ferguson?
The engineer doesn't do the inspection, it's the divers. And there's primarily one with well-known preferred diving team, and that's CW Divers. And they've inspected it twice.
And then, with the, just bring me up to speed briefly about the roof replacement for the 1 million gallon tank. What exactly, is it just the condensation underneath is causing issues, or the roof needs replaced?
Yeah, we're not supposed to be doing back and forth.
No, I just want to know. I'm just asking because I'm hearing roof replacement, and that was just replaced
Yeah,
by
it's-
It was replaced in 2015 and completely, and so it's not, it is, again, it has not had a full inspection to say that it necessarily needs replaced, but there are areas that are weakened that need repair. So what we are looking at doing is contacting the company that did the roof and other companies, and having them come out and give an estimate of what the repairs will cost. So we do have that information, not necessarily. And Jeremiah would like to.
We're not going to have a discussion here.
Thank you for clarifying that to me. I don't know, I guess all you trustees knew this and I just didn't, but you're making a lot of important weighty decisions right tonight. I'm voting, and I just want to make sure you know exactly what you're voting on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second to rescind the motion to replace the 2 million gallon and instead reline the 2 million and replace the 8-inch line. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your time. And is there any way?
I'll hang out some more so I can give you guys more info.
Is there any way we can get your presentation, that slideshow, or just go on to? It's been recorded.
It's tricky, like I just have to change the maps that I used in the presentation and make them the public versions,
Okay.
because otherwise you can't, nobody, you have to have private access to view otherwise.
If I may, Mayor, I'd like to just speak with, we'll talk with Jeremiah about the revision and how long the presentation is. And dependent upon how long the revised presentation is, we can either discuss with you about presenting it on a regular agenda, or we can discuss the potential of setting a special meeting or tacking it on maybe when we do the water budget discussion to have a water presentation.
Okay, that'd be a good idea, yeah.
I just have one question now, after the vote. Is there no room to have a second tank go up there? I've heard both,
Okay.
both things.
There is room. The problem is that it's on private property and we will have to get easements from the people. It turned out that, Jim Briscoe, who is now passed, was on the Lone Cabin Water. And so he had relationships with everybody who was up there. And so they did a quick and dirty thing to put the 2 million where it is. And so we would have to go back to them to get easements. But I think another pad, and there are 4 sites that are available.
That wouldn't need a whole lot of cut.
No, there's gonna have to be some sort of, but there are 4 sites. All right, let's move on to the letter of engagement for the municipal attorney. So we have.
Thanks, Jeremiah.
Thank you, Jeremiah. We have our interviews. We have the references. Thank you, Paige, for giving those second set of references. And so we need to make a decision on who we're gonna hire.
In the package, I don't know. Anybody know? I've been jumping around.
I know we do.
Let me just go to the top. Oh, actually, there's nothing there anyway. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay,
It was in a private email.
right, exactly. Because it was privileged information.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Rupp.
Both the attorneys that are in Denver, did we actually submit any RFPs to local attorneys?
Yep. I did send,
And no bites?
no, it's,
Out of 13 of them?
no, I didn't send all 13 because many of them already worked for the county or were in the district court. There were only about 2 that I actually sent to locally that didn't already have
Yeah, it
jobs.
would have been good to fish in the larger pond and.
All right, so can I get a motion to, for one of those attorneys? Would somebody like to jump out there? I'll live.
Yes, I'll jump up on Nick. So I'd like
Can you
to-
tell us who the 2 were and what you like about them both?
Well, let's get a motion on the table and then we can talk.
Well, I mean, just to hear a little.
Ms. Watson, please,
I'd like to
we will get it. Mr. Knudsen?
like to make- what's Nick's last name?
Oh, Bays, Cotton Bays,
And the firm was
Kelly.
LEC. I'd like to make a motion that we hire the services of Kelly PC and Nick Cotton as our.
Okay, can I have a second?
A second.
All right, now to discussion from the board. Yeah.
I did background checks on both of them and. Kelly one came out slightly ahead. In terms of reviews, people that work with.
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen?
Just a historical, for people who have not been involved in attorney selection. The attorney that I'm making a motion for was just neck and neck with Jeff Conklin. When we first hired Jeff Conklin back in January. So this was our number 2 choice. If Jeff had declined, the board was ready to just go ahead and say yes to Nick at the time. His firm was founded by the people that run CML right now. And they specialize, Kelly VC specializes in municipal governments. So the thing that's really nice about them is they're not doing like private litigation and all this other stuff. And he's in a larger firm, so he has these resources that he can pull in from other people in other jurisdictions. He was really impressive, both sets of interviews. The second person that we looked at, I think he interacted really well. I'm just talking about my own opinion. He interacted very well with the trustees. He had done a lot of background on Paonia and came in with clear eyes about what the challenges were for Paonia. However, when you do background checks, typically you see very enthusiastic backgrounds, and I think Trustee Smith can speak to the level of background because I was not, I changed my vote as a result of the background that she provided. So the second person would only represent 2 towns. He's a 1-person law firm. One of the backgrounds said that they used to get information from him from another town that wasn't even meant for them. So there were mistakes that were made. Two people didn't respond. Although he was impressive during the interview itself and his resume was fairly strong, and he would only represent 2 towns, he's a one-person firm. So I really thought about it a lot, and that's why I made the motion.
Anyone else from the board? Yeah,
I'll just add that Mr. Sampson was charging $300 an hour. And the other, I believe, LAPC is $235, I think. It was much less, but again, price is not necessarily the sole thing, but after both reviews and talking to the references, I certainly would prefer Nick and his firm.
anyone else? I would concur with everything that Mr. Knudsen said. I was very impressed during the interview with both of the lawyers and was kind of leaning toward Mr. Sampson. And then when we got the references, I decided, yeah. Nick. All right. Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? All right, yes, Suzanne.
So I'm wondering if you can explain the process a little bit better. All we have is letter of engagement. So, I mean, you're obviously gonna have a contract. And what are the terms that are being agreed to?
It's the
Is
letter.
this a separate bill?
Is, Ms. Ferguson, is the letter of engagement for Mr. Conklin on the website?
I don't recall, but I can place the letter of engagement with the new firm as well as the letter of engagement with Mr. Conklin if the board would like on the meeting website.
Okay, that would be good. Then you can have the-
Okay, so you're voting on the letter of engagement right now, but we are able to look at it or ask questions.
It was in the previous packet.
But it's not on this packet right now. Okay, and so my question is how are they going to attend meetings and what day are they willing to work on and things like that?
Well, some of that will be made clear. Yes.
No, I just want to repeat the motion.
Oh, okay, yes. Please. The motion is that we are going to hire Kelly PC, specifically Mr. Cotton Bees.
Or we might amend that to direct staff to write a letter of engagement.
Oh, well, we can if we want to. I think we should vote to engage and then the staff will write a letter.
And you just haven't signed the contract yet, and the contract will come before you, and there will be
The letter of engagement is,
it's the letter of engagement, it's a contract, and it's not in the packet for us to look at.
we haven't decided yet. Yeah,
I just want to note that the letter of engagement, we did not see it before it was signed. Because I saw it afterwards, because there was something I was gonna do, and that's what I recall, is it was already signed when I had a question.
Ms. Ferguson.
The letter of engagement was when we did the process with Attorney Conklin, the letter of engagement was included in his proposal packet and was accepted, and they accepted the letter of engagement at the time that we hired them, so signed as it was presented. And then that they did not do a formal contract the way that we did with Attorney Nerlin prior to Attorney Conklin.
So what we could do, we can go ahead and agree to hire Mr. Bays, and then we could decide if we want a letter of engagement or if we want a contract, and then we can see that contract prior to signature. Yes.
I just was gonna tell everyone that I just found Bo Nerlin's contract is on here.
Okay.
If anybody would like to. It's a
We're not gonna-
professional service agreement between, if anybody would like to read the previous one.
Okay. Yes.
I might want to add that, there are a lot of moving parts, and thank you for your comments, because it would be advantageous for us to actually have a contract. One of the people that had bid with us with an RFP had suggested a $1,200 per month fee where department heads, trustees, or people from the town could have short 10-15 minute consultation, and it wouldn't be like on the clock for $2.25 an hour. And we thought that was very advantageous. That wasn't one of the firms we selected. But if we decide tonight that we hire Nick, then the process of hiring Nick is, in my book, a contract that we would.
Yeah.
You mean just this vote is the contract?
We're trying to make this meeting more formal.
I know, but this is a really important vote and I'm just confused. I mean, I don't even know Conklin was working for us. I mean, I wanted to see his contract and I couldn't make any decision. I mean, I couldn't figure out what was going on with the guy. Just for the public's, for openness, it would be nice to have clear expectations.
All right, all right, we have a motion and a second on the table, yes.
Just a point of order, the final step of this, which is required by Title 31, is to certify him as a town attorney. So, and somewhere in that process, we need to have the contract.
Right.
public.
Yeah. All right, so all in favor of hiring Mr. Bay, Cotton Bays?
I,
Opposed? All right, that motion passed. All right, next up is ordinance 10-2022, board meeting day of the week. We have discussed this in the past about moving back to a Tuesday, in part because we seem to be able to get the packets together better and then have the whole weekend to look at them versus where we are now.
This should be really short.
This should be.
I move that we approve ordinance 10-2020.
I'll second.
And that was moving it back to Tuesday.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? Yes.
I just want to point out that during the interview, both attorneys said they were available either on the Tuesdays or the Thursdays. So it should not be a surprise for them to hear it's going to be Tuesday.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
I was surprised in the packet because when we had our work session about trying to make more effective meetings, one of the things we talked about was that the packets, things could be submitted to the packet. Maybe I'm confused by what I saw in our packet tonight, because it looked to me like you couldn't submit something 5 days, 4 days in advance. It looked like you had to submit it on Monday for a packet that was being prepared on Friday. And I thought in our work session, we said submissions to the packet by Wednesday at the close of business. And then the packet would come out Friday at noon. So citizens and the trustees had the weekend to look at it. And then that's it. No more additions to the packet. And then Tuesday night we work on it. So I'm confused about what's really happening.
And that's basically, yes, Ms. Ferguson.
First, and of course, I didn't confer with an attorney, so I don't know if this will be a board decision, would be my assumption, is typically an ordinance doesn't take effect until 30 days after publication unless it's adopted as an emergency ordinance. I don't know if the board would consider this an emergency, but I just wanted to make that clear that this wouldn't take effect until I believe the second meeting in October to move back to Tuesday. And yes, as far as to answer Trustee Knutson's question, yes, that was the discussion at the work session when I put together the calendar to give an example of what that would look like. My suggestion was end of business on Monday. And the reason for that is because if it's not documents submitted to be in the packet on Friday, it's a request to be on the agenda would be submitted by end of business on Monday. Because we meet and put together our agenda on Tuesday, which leaves Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to actually put together, complete the documents and attach documents to the packet to supply that packet on Friday. So someone, like a very good example, Western Slope Conservation Center, they provide me a request to be on the agenda, usually a week or two in advance. So we know that they want to be on the agenda, and then they don't supply the documents until Wednesday or Thursday prior to completion of the packet, which is not an issue. It's the request to be on the agenda that we need in advance when we're finalizing the agenda. So that's what I'm asking for. That end of business Monday would be a request to be on the agenda. You can supply me the documents up until noon on Friday. As long as I have them by noon on Friday, it's easy for me to attach a document to the packet that I'm already building and submit that to the board. It's when I have last minute agenda changes, that I have to go in and modify a complete agenda, that we run into timing issues. Hence the fact you didn't get this packet until Monday night because of Friday night's edition.
And the other thing too is that when the meetings were on Tuesday, there was this chunk of time to put together the whole thing. Corinne said she would try and get the packets together on Friday when we moved our meetings to Thursday, which means we cut out 3 days of her working time to be able to do that. So actually getting it back to Tuesdays will give her the necessary time to put it all together and give us the necessary time then to review that. Anything else? Report? Anything from the public? Yes, Ms. Watson, please comment on that.
Yeah, so I know, it's not really discussed in the ordinance, one of the things that submitted by, it's just a simple fact on Tuesday. But I do want to point out, I'm not against Tuesday, but one thing that makes Tuesdays difficult is Mondays are frequently holidays. That's when all the holidays happen are on Monday. And if you have a question before the meeting, it can be very hard on Mondays because it's Tuesday, meetings happen, but I'm not opposed to it. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, the reason I'm in a conundrum about this is because as the Planning and Zoning Commission, we are meeting Wednesdays at 4, first Wednesday of the month. And so if we want to get something on the agenda, I just want to make sure, you know. that
Yeah, well,
we're good.
and as Ms. Ferguson said, she will have a spot on the agenda for planning commission.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to move our meetings to Tuesday. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, and then it will be the second meeting in October. Correct. All right, next we have draft resolution to be determined 2022, the North Fork Airport Advisory Committee. Mr. Schwederman, you have done a lot of work on this. Thank you for all you have done. Yeah, long suffering. Is there anything you would like to speak on before we vote on this?
Not necessarily, I'm here to answer questions.
All right. Questions from the board for Mr. Schwederman? All right, can we have a motion then?
PVD.
PVD.
I know.
PVD.
Sounds like a drug.
Yes.
I can
You have a
provide
number?
you, I can provide you the number. I just wasn't sure if it was gonna pass on night one, so I didn't want to get ahead of myself. But it will be resolution number 12.
Well,
Okay,
I moved to approve resolution 12-2022.
so I have a second? Oh, and discussion from the board? Yes, sir.
The members are composed of 3 persons of interest in the North Fork Valley, 1 person representing the town of Paonia, the fixed base operator. Is the person representing the town of Paonia have to be on the board, or do we care?
I do not make it a board member because anybody at your discretion.
So we would just need to appoint. Okay, anything else? All right, any discussion from the public?
Actually,
Yes.
so would this be one of those kind of meetings that we would ask Corinne to put on the calendar? Is this gonna be open to the public? Let me just ask a few more logistical questions. Would they meet here? Or at the airport? Have you?
Wherever.
To be determined.
Would be fine.
And so, this doesn't talk about how often you might meet, I don't believe. Is there a need to talk about, is it as ad hoc as needed?
Does
Does it matter?
we have to report budgetary requirements to trustees on a 10-day basis. The board shall report to council in March and September, so that we're required two meetings a year so that we can prepare a report. But I left it. I didn't designate a set of meetings because I really just like doing the meetings that are on me.
And until we put the board together, we don't know what will work for you.
These are just simply logistical questions of, just what you were thinking, because it doesn't say. And let me ask one last logistical, but this is a resolution, but we still have the authority to choose the committee members as opposed to an ordinance.
Okay. Yes.
So we've had a airport advisory committee before. I was on it and it was ad hoc.
Anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adopting resolution 12-2022?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving on. Next, Dark Skies Panhandle, letter of support. Not on the same subject.
Yeah, so we are Dark Skies Peonia. We have a couple more steps before we are officially certified as a dark sky community. One of those is a public town lighting inventory. We have to go around and document each light in the town that's publicly owned or operated to see what the compliance level is. So we are some grant opportunities coming up to get some assistance to do this lighting inventory, and we would like to combine this with the town's GIS platform to actually document the lighting on the GIS platform that the town has. And we have, so we're gonna apply, the letter of support is to send into the funding agencies to apply for funding to work on this project with GIS. And I just wanted to say that as far as the format, you can just consider those whereas statements as just bullet points. And I can update that in the letter.
Well, let's do discussion. Yes.
So I have a question here. You're talking about publicly owned and operated outdoor lighting. So are you making a distinction between the lights that are on the end of this building? Or are you talking about all the light poles all throughout town, which are owned by DMEA?
That's a good question because we don't actually know who owns those lights. So I don't know if we even need that information for this lighting inventory. We might just be able to say, here's the light, here's 100 of them. But if we can get that information, that would be very helpful.
I have a problem with it being called publicly owned and operated because they're not. Those lights aren't publicly owned.
Yes, as far as
They don't
Right.
public about.
Well, some are and some aren't. The town does own, I believe, going back to my streets committee time when I was on the board, that the town owns 32 or 34 of the 134 lights that are in town. But I do think that a tweak to the verbiage, maybe we can tweak the publicly owned. Although DMEA is a co-op, and so they are actually public.
Yeah.
We own them.
But yeah,
Lights on.
Ms. Watson, please do not speak unless you're recognized by the chair. Thank you.
I know.
Yeah.
I just think in order for this to go through, I almost think DMEA should be asked if they mind if they're light poles, because they say we can use them for a town purpose. And I'm just a little concerned about taking liberties with the DMEA poles without their knowledge in terms of GIS.
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
What I would add, then, and I'm sure Erin can also add, is that DMEA is aware. DMEA has been contacted and we've asked them for updated mapping of the lights. They were able to provide this to me when I was on the board, but they're no longer able to provide it in the way that it's been requested. And they don't have it in the GIS mapping capability so that it could be a layer into our GIS already. So they are aware, and before we proceeded with the actual inventory of the lighting system that requires accessing the lights, DMEA absolutely would have to be part of that conversation. This is only for the granting of funds to even begin the process.
Yes.
So is this gonna be publicly available?
It would be later on our map.
Right, well, that's kind of my question is like, right now we have the that I'm aware of, publicly available, the, water GIS, we have the tree study. There is a streets, study that was done, but I don't think that one's public. And then this one would be an additional layer. It would make sense to me to just put all that stuff on one link. You know, put it on one page. Would we be doing that as part of this project?
Yes, it would be it would be on the GIS map where you can have all of the layers, or you can select the 21.
I guess that's kind of my question is where would it live? So there's right now, there's like 3 or 4 different ones. That's for.
I'm not sure, yeah.
Yeah, it would be your.
It will be on the town's website in one location. Once they're all done. The ones that are on there now are the restricted redacted. But SGM is putting together one which will have all of them in one.
Yes.
First, let's do our public.
Okay. Part of the committee, yeah.
One of the reasons we thought this would be very beneficial for the town is that it would constantly, we have to do these like readings quarterly in order to maintain our status. And so it would give the town a constant update on what's happening with all our life. So, you know, it would be publicly available. It's just like, I just recently went on FEMA flood control for Paonia, and it would be sort of like that, where you've got all the layers. So I think that, you know, it's something we're applying for funding to. My sister actually is a GIS person, and he would work with it, and we would, you know, work with the town and help her pay for her to be doing this. But it would be an ongoing update.
Yes.
So I'd like to be clear, the grant is going to Dark Skies, or the grant is going.
So the grant would go to Dark Skies. And so and then the money to pay the GIS person, whether it would be a contractor through the town, we would pay that person through Dark Skies.
So what I was trying to do is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. In other words, like here's the grant in front of us. Typically what happens when we have outside organizations is we have a letter of support.
And that's what this
that we
is.
write. Right. So that's what this is.
Yeah.
So we're just supporting them going for the grant. That's all we're doing.
And
We always want to, we always want to ask how much staff time is involved, what are the costs to the town, those kind of things, before we go ahead with this, because we want to make sure we're making this. So I think it's fair that we say, what does it cost us? What's town staff involved? If it's minimal, then it's good.
Yeah.
This would not be a pass-through grant. You guys would administer all the money and the town would need to hold the money. If we do this to other grants.
We would, it's just because we're asking to use the town's GIS, you know, system, because when you get it through a town versus personally, it's much more powerful. There's way more things you can map and do with it. Working with the schools and helping, you know, there's a lot of things you can do. And so basically we're just telling the grant people, hopefully, that the town supports our use of it, and that it's going to be helping the town for the lighting. So we're going to be paying.
Yes.
One last question. So I know at this point, I don't know how many people on staff are actually updating the GIS. Have they been trained by SGM, whoever it is?
There's 2 of us that have had the training, but when it comes to full GIS updates on the map, we have included in our ESRI fund that SGM does that. So as far as staff time goes, the amount of time it takes to put Dark Skies in contact with our GIS person with SGM, and the amount of time it takes me to email them and ask them how it's going. It's very, very minimal.
And so how are we paying SGM for their GIS work?
We pay through Esri, and then when we have them add an additional layer, we would be invoiced at that time.
And
And it max runs about $1,500, and that depends on how extensive the mapping is. I would not anticipate with the street.
we'll say,
Okay, we're getting off subject here, so let's just get back to this letter of support. No,
I do want to know how much staff time it
Well,
will take.
it sounds like minimum.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, but no, I feel like don't denigrate the question. That's a good question about
But you
Dave's
can
asking about.
ask and answer it outside of the meeting.
Well, then I want to vote and be fully informed in my vote as to what are we asking of our town staff. So Mary, please don't denigrate that I'm wasting time when I'm asking a perfectly legitimate question about if this goes through, what is our staff being asked to do on top of everything else they do? So I'm just doing a point of order.
All right, can we get a motion to accept this? Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
Just to provide that clearly again, because I did answer it shuffled into all the other things, because that's what I tend to do. I anticipate that it may take an hour of staff time to be directly involved.
Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter of support, Dark Skies Paonia, in support of the GIS mapping.
Okay, can I have a second? Further discussion? All right, anything from the public? Yes, there's one.
So just to be clear, the SGM expense and the expense of the mapping program, the grant will help pay for that. We'll pay for that portion. We might pay for staff time, but getting it incorporated into our system is going to be covered by the grant. Is that what I heard?
Yes, all right.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, okay. And then, one other, I think it's really good to have our utilities mapped and to know where things are, but gosh, if our water system is subject to terrorists, and things are redacted, maybe it's not too good to let criminals know where our streetlights are. Too. I mean, they could come with drones and never mind.
Thank you. We have a motion in a second. To send a letter of support for Dark Skies Paonia GIS mapping. All in favor? Opposed? All right, that motion passed.
Thank you.
Give the bird to see that. All right, next up on the agenda is use of the American Rescue Plan funds for the clock plant, the roof repairs, and the pressure reducing bulk rehabilitation. Yes.
I move that we use the American Rescue Plan for the clock plant and PRDs.
Okay, do I have a second? All right, discussion from the board. Yes.
This is absolutely critical. We bring that clock plant online. I'll be reporting that out in the water committee meeting as to why. But we've got the money. Let's move it over. Let's get that plant fixed. We're running on half our springs right now and been out there and seen the weather. We're dry.
Anything else? Yes, Mr. Martin.
Once again, I'd like to ask the board to consider getting a plan together for bringing the clock plant online. It's something that I brought up in a previous meeting that was voted down, but I'd like for you guys to reconsider having a written plan for what is to be done to bring the clock plant online. I think that this is probably one of our top priorities, and it would be really helpful to me to know where we are in the process, to have a short outline of what has to happen for this to be completed. And I understand that there's work being done. Browns Hill got in their last, I guess our last distribution of financial distribution. They had some work in there. I understand that the PRV work needs to be done. We have a pipe that needs to be fixed. We have all kinds of stuff that has to happen. But seeing how that fits together and knowing a schedule for it would be helpful, especially in the event that we have unexpected staff turnover, or if we have any other changes in our circumstances, having a document that indicates what's next would be very helpful to me.
Yes, it's first.
I would just say, I'm happy to, it's in two of our heads, and so I would be happy to get that. That is not a difficult thing to do, a bullet point timeline for the board so that you're aware of the specific steps and where we're at in that process. Order to part today, and I'll put all that in.
Yeah, we did have a plan. You saw Jeremiah's presentation, the PRV plans all laid out as to where and what's supposed to be replaced and what's most critical. And then the clock part of it has only been a verbal discussion that needs to be put down.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Yeah,
I apologize, but I missed who seconded this motion. Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas, all right. We have a motion and a second to use the ARP funds for the clock plan and pressure reducing valve. All in favor? Opposed?
I,
Okay. Ask in favor.
Your eyes.
All right, next we have the executive search firm for the town administrator.
I mean,
Hang on, you're getting there.
let's see. All right, here we go. Well, the draft, obviously, the timeline would have to change. But at this point, there are 4 applicants.
It's been pretty good.
And let's see. So I also wanted you all to have the paper copy of the memo that I put with our last special meeting was, which were the other sites that we could post it and what the costs are for those. And you know, whether that's a consideration in addition to or in lieu of. I just wanted you all to see this for the cost and what kind of options are out there. Now, what I don't know is where the applicants saw the ad. I can't tell you that, so I don't know what information is leading people to apply.
Probably more applications for town administrator.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the RFP.
No, oh, God, no, sorry, no, administrative, no. No, for the job, there are 4, but I don't know how they saw it, so I can't do any truth telling or anything, you know, truth checking, so it's kind of up to you all.
So at this point in time, when does the close date on this?
Right now, it's September 30th. So we're gonna have to extend that, which we, you know, made that clear in the job description. That could be changed. So I don't feel like that's necessarily a bad thing. And where it is being posted, we can ask it to be extended. So it would be, do you want to try to go ahead with this? And I was looking at the ICMA site where they have a lot of headhunters. And I've called out a bunch of them that wouldn't work for us because they're mostly California or Chicago, but there's a list there. And I haven't gotten through the full list, but I want to say maybe of those, there might be 6 to 7 that look viable to send the RRP to, because they're more Western or general. They're not looking for academics or state specific. So that I have those I could do right away, but beyond that, I haven't done any research for other firms to send the RFP to.
So thoughts from the board on this?
so is the RFP like on the website or is it put out there publicly?
It's put on the website as request for proposal.
Yeah, and that's for the head.
Yep, and that's where the link, that would be a way to advertise it with the link. Think about, I did. Or it could be mailed, you know, it's a short enough RFP, but probably a cover letter to people or an email. But I'm not sure how these companies do their RFP acceptance. I just don't know. Having not done this kind of RFP requests or request for proposal advertising, I've never done anything with engineering related.
So are you suggesting that? Yeah. Would you prefer that we not do the RFP and instead advertise our position on other sites?
I just wanted to, for you all to look at it for comparison purposes, but I can't tell you how well they would do. You know, I kind of thought other states would be helpful for people looking for jobs. To see one in, you know, another Western state, that seemed like not a bad way to go. The government one, they have a lot of postings on that GovHUSA. Both of those had many, many postings, I mean, a long list of jobs openings. But I don't know the kind of people that look at those. So this again was just my little bit of sleuthing for what's out there. And the only thing I think I shared when I spoke with Bill Crank, he thought ICMA wasn't such a good place because we're paying for Colorado paying, but I can't tell you if that's true.
Other thoughts from the board?
Is there any way to post it with CML?
It is. It's with CML and it's with Colorado
That's right.
CMA.
Yeah, Mr. Weber?
Yeah,
And
the ICMA is $450. It's a member, 600 not. So it's the most expensive one. I've worked with Bill Crank a lot. He says it's not a place to post. So
And just so you see, we are being, it's being advertised in Utah, but they're CML. Because it was free.
I was gonna say, what about the other bordering states, New Mexico and Arizona?
Yeah, they're on this sheet if you got it, because I have the prices. I haven't gotten to New Mexico, Wyoming, Nevada, but I have Arizona, Nebraska, Kansas, Montana, Idaho. 125 for 30 days, 135 for 60 days in Kansas, 55 cents a word in Nebraska. You know, it's not very expensive. It's $50 for 30 days. Idaho, $25 up to 199 words. So, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Martin?
So just kind of adding these up, excluding ICMA, we're looking at $825 if we ran the whole gamut. Which is, I mean, I don't know, we won't know if it's worth it until we see the results.
Right.
But it's not out of the realm of, I mean, it doesn't seem unreasonable compared to what we're buying, you know, for actual benefit. So, how about this? Let's just get a motion. I move that we expand our search to include the ASPA, careers in government, WCAR USA, and the state municipal league platforms for Arizona, Montana, and Idaho.
Okay. You have a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion from the board? Yeah, Mr. Weber.
So what was Bill Crank's take on the rest of these?
I didn't ask him because I hadn't done any of this when I spoke with him.
So Tom, why did you cut out certain states? You don't like those states?
They were closer, I guess, or I don't know, like, you can add the other one back in there. It's just the math that I did to get up to $800.
Reason why I asked that, I was ready to amend that just to include all the states there.
It was a motion for discussion, so feel free to modify.
I moved that we amend the motion to include all of the state municipal league platforms that.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, discussion? Yeah.
I just had a couple questions for Thomas when you were doing your math. The ASPA, were you looking at the basic?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it was the least expensive option.
Okay. And I don't know if I had a little note there, you probably couldn't see it, it was a note. I looked through that and a lot of them were jobs in academia, which I thought was kind of interesting, but you know why? It's for people to teach public administration. So I'm not so sure it's a good one. And when I looked through the jobs that were open, you know, were being announced, it was really dominated by people to teach public administration. And Corinne, do you have any And do you know anything about the American Society for Public Administration? Have you ever looked at theirs?
I have looked at,
Yeah, what,
I would
Funds?
agree that it's more educational than it is, in field. And as cliche as it sounds, I can tell you that there's been a couple of occasions that the town has used Indeed. And it has, been successful for the town. You get a lot of applicants.
and I meant to look at Indeed. I looked at a couple others that were just Job Dog or something. It just looked really kind of hard to even post. But Indeed, I meant to look at that. I think Indeed, and I don't know.
Ours were less than $100. And we had one of the jobs, we had over 12 applicants.
For,
I can't remember what the position was because there were two different positions. But there were some from out of state as well, because anyone, of course, that's registered that may not necessarily be necessarily actually seeking a job can be registered there and receive the notification.
we do that too? Sure. I'll add more money. But if we take off ASPA, which I just think.
That's fine.
All right.
It's probably a little bit.
Yeah, all right. So we have amendments to the motion.
I know, I'm just wanting to know, if she wanted to pull off ASPA, that required amendment to amendment, which is totally legal. We can
Don't
do
we need to
amendments
vote?
forever.
Oh, that's true. We need to just cheer them.
So you fall over. So Paige, did you want to amend the amendment to amend the original motion? Yes. I second the amendment to the amendment.
Let's add Indeed, as long as we're added.
Add Indeed.
All right, so we have an amendment to the amendment to pull up ASP and then
Yeah,
add
ASPA.
SBA. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Did that get seconded?
Oh,
Yes,
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right.
She did it, I second it.
Okay, now can we get back to the other amendment? That was to include all of the,
The state medical leave platforms, the ones that have.
Yeah. okay. All in favor of that one?
I have a question, actually.
Oh.
We're gonna get to the main motion in just a second.
I mean, you're making motions.
Well, these are amendments to the main motion.
Okay, I mean, you're already making decisions.
All right, all in favor? This is including all the state. Okay, aye. Oh, sorry. All right, that's the motion. But now we're down to the main motion. God, I forgot. Oh, it was Thomas's thing.
Well, I'm gonna cheeseburger.
The motion is to apply to everything except ASP and IMC.
Yeah, it's to do with Tom's. My understanding of the motion at this is to apply, advertise the position in Virginia government, government HRUSA, and the state municipal league platform for Utah, Arizona, Nebraska, Kansas, Montana, Idaho, New Mexico, Wyoming, and Nevada.
And
Indeed.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. Comments from the packets then.
My question is, are you calling these like Indeed, CML, is that what you're calling executive search services?
well, they're professional,
Well, because I'm confused, the agenda item says executive search firm.
Well, and we've pretty much decided we're not going to do the RFP and instead we're going to expand the listings of places we're going to advertise.
Okay, so guess I'm confused because that's what the agenda item says, and I'm looking at an RFP and I'm not looking at this list that you're all discussing.
it's on the back table.
Is it, okay? Okay,
I had asked to be given to us in paper and added because it didn't make it from the previous agenda.
okay, so, other than that, I mean, it could be, I know in the past, when we've done searches, you don't necessarily have to be from a Western state, but I don't know, I guess if people want to move to Colorado, they can always look at Indeed, I suppose. So there's vehicles to get here, although, please keep in mind, it would be really nice if the applicants had, a good knowledge of Colorado statutes or Colorado laws, because I think
I
that's,
think it's in the job.
yeah, that was a problem with Ken Knight. So, thank you.
All right.
So this RFP, we're just scrapping this.
For now.
First go. All right, all in favor of Thomas's motion?
Aye.
You got out of that.
Wait, don't move yet, because I have a logistical question. In order to do all this, I will have to pay for it, and I'm wondering, are you all right if I pay for all these postings and then get reimbursed?
Wait,
I'd rather give you credit cards and having the credit.
Okay. Yeah, can you do that?
yeah, that's my.
Check out that credit card too.
Can I have it for a few days? Take me a little while. It's gonna take a while to get to this post. I will bring it back and we'll look through disbursements to make sure.
It's transparency. She has to check out the card, which is identified by number, and then we can identify the number that she was assigned when.
Very good.
Because, to do this, you have to type up stuff and then make sure the link works. And so it takes a little bit. So.
Move to 5-minute recess.
Oh, yes. On a second,
Second.
all in favor?
I.
All right, 5 minutes it is.
We decided
in session. Mr. Clayton.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I don't think we completely covered the RFP thing
Okay.
because, I work for recruiting firms and I've used recruiting firms totally in my careers. And there's basically two kind of candidates you get when you have a job opening. You have people who are already looking for jobs. And sometimes that's for good reasons, but sometimes that's for bad reasons. So when you advertise the job, that's typically the kind of people that you find. Those are active candidates is what they're called. Passive candidates are people that already have a job. They're well supported in their job, they're doing good in their job, and they aren't looking around at job boards to find other jobs. And those are the ones executive search firms go after. As small as we are, this is a really important decision we're trying to make. And we want to have an excellent pool of candidates. Without the use of executive search firm, we really cut our possibilities down. So I'm advocating for the use of this. And yeah, the RFP doesn't cost us anything but advertising fees. Let's see where we get that. It's a very limited engagement. It's not the full blown. They charge you a third of the salary because all they're doing is providing us the page. So it's pretty simple on their end. I would think we get some pretty interesting proposals. I'd like to make a motion that we put out an RFP for executive search firm as pages.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, all right, discussion.
I wonder what the actual compensation is to the firm. And what can we actually expect and what will it cost us?
There are, we should answer both those questions. If it doesn't, we don't hire.
Other? Yeah,
I'd like to try what we have right now, which is just simply doing some advertising and see what we get back. And then at the same time, we can do the RFP, but not engage an executive search firm until we see the quality of candidates that we're getting in, because we might get a good fish out of the pond at this first cut. And then before we start paying a lot of money, let's see what we can do.
All I'm advocating for right now is putting the RFP.
But yeah, I understand.
It's a simultaneous process.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
okay,
What days that we're talking about putting in? That's so far.
yeah,
Well, we need to talk content here a bit. The reason I'm searching through here, because I can't remember, I put in that it would be, we would be, of course, open to extending the
yeah, I remember.
job that in there, the closing date. Yeah, isn't that in here somewhere?
It was, I remember seeing it. But I don't know where it was.
No, because that's just, John, I was just talking to John about.
Page 139, the single date and location.
No, actually, I meant that right now our closing date is September 30th. Oh, here it is. It's at the top of the third page. Under background and objectives, please note that the current deadline for accepting applications is September 30th. Town understands that the deadline will need to be extended. Okay, good. I want to make sure that was there. And so we threw in a very ambitious date of September 13th for submittal deadline. So
That's not really.
yeah, so that's thing two is what.
Now, what's it?
And granted, it'll take a little bit. John and I will confirm getting this out and where to send it, probably email it. With it attached to prospective proposers. Is that how you have?
Yeah, I think I'd give them 2 or 3 weeks to respond to it.
Yeah. And it'll take us a little bit to get it all out.
So 25th of the month,
Say it again.
25th of the month,
I think that's too soon.
end of the month.
That's not where it is.
Just given that it'll take a little bit to get this emailed. What's today?
Yeah.
Thursday, yeah.
End of the month.
Say October 3rd. To give us time to figure out who to send it to.
Yeah.
And then to sit down and write all emails. Because I don't imagine we would get these emailed out till maybe by the 12th or 13th, John. I don't know what your weekend looks like.
Yeah, probably.
So that would be 2 full weeks, plus people, you know, that would be really only 2 full weeks. If you went to the 3rd, I think it's gotta be the 7th. If you want to give it 3 weeks to write it.
Yes, Ms. Ferguson.
I just wanted to offer to help with your timeline that I have the list of executive search firms that I got from the clerk's list and Uni Serve list when we were doing the executive search for the chief, so I can provide you that.
Oh, that'd be great.
All the context.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'll help a lot.
Especially Colorado folks.
Yeah, and the other thing I was thinking is we would do a Google search on Colorado firms, but that would help. That'd be great. Can you send it to both of us?
Yes, I can.
Have it all electronically? Okay, thank you. Thanks. So 7?
Okay, that sounds, yeah.
Ideally, I'd like to finish it all in September, but
Not gonna happen.
used to be, that's because I'm gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's the self-interest here.
I know, I'm so corrupt.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to put out the RFP. Any further discussion? Yeah,
Is that date modified?
October 7th for submittal deadline.
Does that need to change on this?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll just restate my motion that I move that we approve the RFP with a submittal date of October 7th.
Okay.
Second.
Is that good?
Second, John.
Should be June 2nd.
Yeah.
I did.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, anything from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Now we're on to meeting structure and agenda time. I suspect this is going to take a little bit of time, so I would ask if we could put the Colorado grant application first. So that should be relatively simple.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay,
So we're changing the agenda. Do we need to have a motion? Change the order of the agenda?
sure.
So I move we order the agenda and deal with Colorado grant now before we continue.
Okay, second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So the only thing that isn't on here, because I didn't get the figures prior to having the being able to submit, is staff time. And according to Corey, he believes it's 30 hours of staff time. Say it again, I'm sorry, 30 man hours of staff time. And so, as I said, Corey believes that 13,000 will rehab the bathrooms in Apple Valley. We'll ask for 10 and then match to 3 because we'll have a better chance of getting the grant at that rate. And still, most of it's covered. And then I will take care of the whole grant administration, since all we have to do is thank the organization and send the pictures when we're done. Yes, Mr. Keith.
One thing I noticed in the grant application, it talks about volunteers, and there's a bunch of us that would like to volunteer for the town, so we'd be a great demolition crew for these bathrooms. And that would save us. Well, there's a lot, if you looked at that center room. You remember that room?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
there needs to, and that would save staff time, and volunteers could come in and just do the cleanup stuff and get it ready to be worked on.
okay.
So that's one thing I'd like you to write into the grant.
Sure.
There are some, it makes it strong.
Volunteers, yeah,
There's a group of people
absolutely.
willing to do.
Sure. Can I have a motion to apply for the grant? Yeah,
Have we ever gotten one of these before?
yes, the town of Canyon has.
Oh, good, because it was asking for 501c3, your taxes.
We are a nonprofit.
Have we sent in 990s? You don't have to do a 990, do you?
Yeah, we're in a very tax exempt organization, so.
Right, it says copy of your recent 990 and your recent audited financials. I just don't consider us to be a 501c3,
No.
but
Yeah, we can apply.
we can,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, that's all I wondered.
All right, can I get a motion to, yes,
Make a motion to approve the Colorado grant application.
second, further discussion? Yes, Mr. Mark.
I was wondering, how mature are our plans for the work that's to be done?
I believe Mr. Heidegger was going to start on it this year, actually.
He's
Yeah.
trying to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
it would be good just to have a description of the work that's to be done as part of the grant application. I assume that's required.
No, it is not. This is a really slam dunk kind of thing. We don't need to get into vast detail on
Okay,
this.
and for my benefit, I would like to see before work begins, a brief description of what's to be done.
Yes, Mr. Duke.
This is identified by the Parks Committee as number one priority.
So do we have a written description of the work to be done?
No, what we had is the description of the public meeting that you provided.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
there was a Parks Committee report that was submitted to the board about Apple Valley, and we listed the priorities. And so those were at the meeting, and we didn't go into that level of detail in the report about exactly what was needed, but basically the locks on the doors, the flush toilets don't work, there's a number of
There's
things.
plumbing that needs
The
to
plumbing
be
is really.
Yeah, just a punch list, I think would be.
Punch list, that's it.
Okay, all right. Did we ever get a second on this?
Yes.
All right, all in favor? Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Now we can go back to meeting structure agenda and timeline. So we've had, I mean, Dave and Jeff spent a lot of time looking at and rewriting these rules. And we have 2017-10 that we are currently operating under. And there's also the whole code of conduct that we were going to look at as well. So we can look at this, pick one and work on it. And then look at another meeting, the other one, or try and do both as the board thinks would be best. Yeah,
When you say both, you're talking about this document that Dave and Jeff created and the
So
code of
we have-
conduct resolution? When you say
yes,
both?
we have,
No, I'm just, when you
yeah,
said.
no,
both.
so, yeah, so
Good track.
what Jeff and Dave did was changing this.
Right.
27,
Right.
2017.
And we have had discussion about it.
We have, and maybe
Several
that would be
meetings.
the thing to look at now, and then we could set another agenda item to look at the standards of conduct at another meetings. Because we're not. Gonna get-
You started, can I just?
Ms. Watson, would you please, thank you.
We don't have a motion.
I know, but you don't have to have a motion.
Yeah, well, what we have decided is that the way we're gonna run the meetings, Ms. Watson, is that the board would discuss first.
Okay.
And then we would make a motion, and then the public could comment.
Okay.
So you are out of order. Please sit down and we will have a chance to
So,
comment.
I mean-
Mr. Weber.
Okay, go ahead.
There's actually two items on this agenda, so I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda timeline.
Okay. We have a
Because that's the
second.
simpler of the two. There's a calendar down below.
Yeah,
It's the one recommended by. So.
Yeah. yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm looking at page 146 in the packet. I see, I'd second.
All right.
So the meetings, I see a meeting on Tuesday and a meeting on Thursday.
Yeah, that was- yeah.
The reason was because there was, at the time of making the calendar, there wasn't a determination on which day the meetings would be. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah,
Any further discussion from the board as to, does this work? for people? Mr. Friedman.
I don't know, maybe I'm confused by this, so I'm trying to think in terms of the planning and zoning commission. When we're meeting on Wednesday, the 5th, and the meeting's at 3:30 in the afternoon, we decide we want to get something to the board. So if I'm hearing this right, you're putting a parking place for planning and zoning items. All we have to do is fill in the title.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good with it.
Okay.
Because by Friday, we'll see the packet.
Right.
Yeah. we have the
Exactly.
agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Markle?
So on the, for this example, the eighteenth, October the eighteenth, would that be another day for agenda review with the mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just missing.
Yeah, that is just.
Okay, and based on what Ferguson told us, materials that are agendized, like agenda item materials would be accepted on Friday.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I will wrap this into a document and I will add it onto the website where the request to be on the agenda is linked so that it's clearly available for community.
Any further discussion from the board? All right, seeing none. Ms. Watson?
Okay, I appreciate Dave Weber's motion that he just wanted to talk about this calendar. Because you got mad at me, because I just wanted some clarification about what the hell we are talking about in this agenda item. This is not a properly, so Dave Weber's motion speaks to this agenda topic. But open records open meetings requires you to have agenda items that are listed in as much detail as possible. So if you wanted to talk about specific resolutions, you need to notice those resolutions so the public knows what you're going to be talking about. I was sitting here and Mayor Bachman is talking about several ideas about what we're going to talk about tonight, and it's not specifically on the agenda. If you want the public to be paid, you have to be paid too. You have to follow open meetings when you're listing your agendas. I want to say your executive session the last time was totally illegal. It was not noticed properly. And I talked to Jeff at the Colorado tell me what's the
Jeff
name?
Roberts.
John Roberts.
Freedom of Information.
And he said he agreed it was not a properly noticed meeting. So you have an obligation to cross the T's and dot the I's if you want the public to cross their T's and dot their I's too. So thank you. I agree. This is you have the calendar here. It's kind of loosey-goosey with the notice here, but it is structure and agenda timeline. That's what I would consider this calendar to be. But nothing else. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept the calendar. All in favor? Close. All right, that motion passed. All right, yes, Mr. Weber.
I'm into motions tonight.
Go.
I have a lot of emotions.
Drop it.
I just moved that we table the meeting structure and combine it with, the other 2017 dash.
Do I have a second on that?
I second that.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Clarification, is that to be our next meeting?
I'm not saying when, I just, when you put something on, when you table something, then another motion's to take it to bring it back.
Or it will come back up on the agenda. And, if we have a white agenda, we'll done it.
Sorry, let's leave that to the mayor to decide as to how much we should suffer in the evening.
All right, we have a motion and a second for further discussion. Yes.
So we have talked about both of these several times before. So the only thing I'm asking for is if we could get which packet the iterations were provided in, so we can go back and look at those. I know we've seen 2017-10 twice, I believe. And I think we had,
It's on the back of every agenda.
no, changes to it. There were proposed changes to it.
Okay, sorry.
So at twice, I believe, and then I think Jeff and Dave's proposals were also in two different agenda packets. I don't know if they're the same ones, but if we could see those again, if you could, or just point me to where they are, which agenda packet and the page number or whatever, because I feel like we have gone through this, but we never had a fruition. So now it's time to tie it up, be done. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else from staff? Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I wondered if the board might, entertain the notion of allowing me to chair a meeting, forthcoming meeting. I have a couple of things that I've requested several times, and a couple of procedures that I've brought to Mayor Backman's attention that I think would be helpful to conducing more productive meetings, more rapid meetings. And I think that rather than creating a presentation, it might be more a better demonstration just to try it. So I don't know if you guys would be amenable to that, or I don't know if you think it's appropriate.
You will be doing the next work session since I won't be.
There you go.
Oh,
Be good to experiment. Raise my hand, post talk.
all right, we have a motion in the second to put off the meeting structure meeting or discussion to another time. All in favor?
Yes. I appreciate, trustee Smith asking to see this stuff. But the thing is, I really think it needs to be in the packet for the public to see. So you aren't pointing people, go and look at this one, go and look. We want to see what the heck can be discussed. And it's good to have it, put in one place to look at and have it noticed better. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next up, mayor's report, it's included. If you have questions, I would be happy.
I'm wondering about what the status of the grant, CDOT grant, grant.
We have had our beginning meeting with that, where we went through a list of everything that was required to be done and who was responsible for it. So the next step, I believe, is we have like 4 meetings we have to do prior to signing the contract, and multiple steps we have to go through to get it. And one of the things we are going to have to do is we're going to have to get it done as part of this. Yes.
Well, it's not in your mayor's report, but I just wondered how the town engineer RFP is going.
Yeah, exactly.
Get proposals back.
When is it due?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I will look. It's all right now. You will?
So anyhow, we're in the process. There will be several other meetings as we go along.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's any other questions? Pardon? Oh, good. So it is almost there. Okay, finance, Reverend Smith.
Oh, what have we been doing?
We've been doing our job. Really, other than the disbursements which we already approved, I don't know if there's anything else. In fact, we had 2 budget meetings today, one of which finance committee had was Cindy to go over kind of finances part of it, and then we had our work study. But otherwise, everything's on track. As long as we can make the budget happen in December.
All right, parks.
So the next meeting will be September 20th. Will be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I will be out of town for that, but River Park's not a town control, it is not town property. But the town does some maintenance and work, and the Conservation Center does a lot of it, so they're probably gonna take the lead on that one, Regis Park. They want to participate for them.
Hey, streets, Valentine and Myrtle.
We met this week and kind of had an overview of our mission goals, yeah, and we did not discuss any flag stuff. That's just my job. But we'll be producing our statement, our one-page statement, and we came up with a list of possible tasks for our committee. Some of which I'll talk about today, actually. So we don't have much to report.
When will we get the flag policy?
It has to go to our attorney.
Okay. So,
After we did.
so is it drafted and in place where it can go?
No, it's not updated based on our, I didn't make an update based on our last meeting, but it's. I have a live version of it and I can make those edits before he's hired.
Yes.
Is there any those things in your list that you want included in the budget?
Probably. They're gonna cost money. We can talk about it later. Be back with you.
A lot of our goals in that rough form have more to do with liaison and communication, that kind of thing. So much of that is already nailed down by Public Works. And there's not much we can add to, what the town has done so far with that. Put it simply. So those kinds of items would not be budget items.
All right. Water, sewer, trash, Weber and Markle.
So you have the advisory water committee with trustee Smith, she's no longer on it, and we'll be merging those reports in with water, sewer, trash, because the two, the committee, water committee, as well as the advisory water committee. Really, wow. Excellent meeting on August 31st, was more informal and covered a lot of ground. One thing I did want to point out is that Bill Bruner, who's our in-town user representative approved by this board, is not attending a single meeting, so we may need to consider someone else for that position. I haven't talked to Bill about it yet, but he's had multiple opportunities. As we pointed out before Jeremiah's presentation, you got to see it. It really lays out what our water problems are in detail. And part of Jeremiah's production covered what it takes to lift a moratorium. And these are the important water projects in priority order. Number one, bring the clock, tank, and treatment plant online. Number two, replace, repair, and install new pressure regulation valves. 3, reline the 2 million gallon tank. 4, do a water loss analysis so we can determine how much we're really leaking. Currently estimated around 39% or so. 5, collect more data on the water system performance. That JDS Hydro needs that in order to actually produce what they're doing. And number 6, improve the springs, because the springs are in pretty sad shape. If we get all those, we can't get, of course, the springs totally improved, but as long as we have a process in place, we're actually taking a spring at a time and going up the backhoe, cleaning them out and stuff. And then we could probably lift the moratorium if we can get these things done. Because then we'll fulfill the requirements of the moratorium, which is to have a way to actually fix our system. Jeremiah identified in places where you have old cast iron and steel pipe that's dying. And these include Main Street, Doris Avenue, Orchard Avenue, Fifth Street, Box Elder. That's got to be replaced. There's a water main leak at Black Bridge Road and 7th Street, small change leak, but it's still losing water. And then the more important thing, I think, is that I know we've been concerned about lead, but we have lead pipe pigtails in the system. Right, those connect our main up to where its meters will be, it's in a pigtail so it can move. And it's lead because lead is flexible. Those are put in a long time ago. Renarga Avenue has the most of those, and we should get on a schedule for replacing those lead pigtails with something less toxic. And another item was that we're losing part of our Lake Fork spring water to a rancher. The rancher has 20% rights on the water flowing through the German Creek area. And we get to 80%, but our Lake Fork line's dumping in before he pulls off his 20. So he's actually getting 20% of our water that shouldn't be given. It's our water. So we need to put a bypass in around Fox's Box and get us that water. Lake Fork Springs are good springs. We need to do that. The second version of the water sewer trash budget has been submitted to finance. Those numbers are in, so they're ready for the review. And finally, we're no longer spilling water. Okay, that means that the water level of the tank's holding even, but that's not going to last. We've got 6 weeks of a critical window here, and just based on multiple droughts that I've been through, especially 2003, the tank will fill up some at night. It will fall during the day when the demand happens. It will fill back up and not quite as much. And you got to watch that level. Jeremiah's on top of it. Since the lower system's offline, we're just dumping 160 gallons per minute into German Creek. Really need that. We're just throwing it away. And finally, the weather station in my backyard shows 6.06 inches of rain for the year. So we're going to finish the year with about 9 inches of rain. Official definition of a desert is less than 10 inches of rain. We're officially a desert. That's it. Do you have anything to add to this?
I just wanted to make sure that, for clarity, the termination of the moratorium doesn't mean that we have unlimited water. There is still a limit to the amount of load that system can support, and we can recoup through leaks, and we can grow and get rights to more springs, but I'm afraid that it will be treated as a free-for-all in the event that the moratorium gets lifted.
That's a very good point. One of the things that will come about is collect more data stuff on the water loss analysis is the ability to know where our ceiling is.
Right. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we stay realistic as we solve problems that eventually we only so much that comes out of the sky.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to, I've thought about this a lot, and since this conversation is starting and will be on an upcoming agenda again, I did want to make the suggestion to the AWC Water Committee and to the board that when the determination is made to lift the moratorium, that it be done more in a modification. And my suggestion would be that that all tap purchase applications come to the board for approval instead of only out of town. And that the tap purchase approval be specifically tied to development or the receipt of a permit within a certain timeline, so that the town never falls in a situation like we're in right now, where we have an innumerable number of standby taps with no requirement to come online and actually run the system in any time.
We had a previous moratorium, and when we lifted it, we did it fractionally. We got 10 taps a year.
Right.
And that way we just didn't let the lid off. But
That's been my big fear too, is that once the water board committee goes, the demand is going to be so huge, we be overwhelmed immediately. And so we just got to have it.
One more thing, if we could make sure that the future water committee meetings are noticed as public meetings, because trustee Knudsen was there. I was out of town and came in late, and I wasn't sure if it had been noticed, so I left.
It's near the end, anyway.
Well, yeah, but basically, if in the event, because if you're interested, you should be, of course, able to attend. So just so that there can be more than 2 trustees, it would be great to have regularly, always notice public meetings.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't check, so that's why I asked it. Did you notice it? Was it on the board? I didn't check coming in, so I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't even think, I was like left.
All right, personnel, something down with us.
Well, let's see, we've been working on an RFP.
Sort of covered it.
And, yeah, everything that was in this packet tonight is what we've been doing and I am getting the applications and sharing them with John. from the spreadsheet that I'm keeping track and responding to everybody. And I'm going ahead and doing that just because it's easier. They're all responding to me. I share the application with John and again, they are not public. Public safety.
Well, we meet kind of informally on an ad hoc basis. We don't have a set schedule yet for public safety, but we have been meeting when pretty much on, I would say, every couple of weeks when Matt has something he wants to bring up and pull ourselves together. We need to do better about public notice and stuff, because I think I told staff something like 25 hours before we're going to meet. Please post it. Well, that's ridiculous. So we need to get that piece together, but we did go over the budget a lot. We recommended that the purchase that administrative training vehicle. We've done that, and we thought the rationale for why it's going to purchase an SUV. We used to have an SUV. That's one of the things that's really nice about a truck. Is when you're bringing weapons, you have the lockbox, they're not even in the cab at all. So I thought there was pretty good rationale for that. But we went through pretty much the fine tooth comb on this last one on the budget in detail. And really felt that the budget that's presented for public safety, that's why we wanted to start there. Because Rick and I both spent, gosh, how much time? An hour and a half, 2 hours. Going through item by item.
All right, and people.
We're having a meeting on the 15th, 5 o'clock in the big park. Rick is gonna be there. We're wrestling with the new president. And I don't know if this is something to be shared. We have somebody moved to Mexico and wants to continue to be on the tree board.
You're so enthusiastic.
And that's sort of a willing to be here kind of position. So anyway, it's turning out to be contentious. We'll deal with that. They're coming back. Eventually. But so we're dealing with a couple of those issues. We'll have a presence at the Arts Festival.
And then the other is the ad hoc committee, which is IT.
Because we have a job to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, last is how did we do? I know I was scattered tonight. I have to admit, I was scattered tonight. And so I apologize because I could have gotten it together and my brain wasn't working. My brain is on vacation and I will be gone until the 20th. So my brain is.
You're already gone.
I'm already gone. Yes.
I usually don't chime in, but I have to say, taking minutes and participating, this meeting was the first one that's been really easy for me to do that. So I would think that means you're doing really well.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Even with the busy chair.
That's all.
I think we failed on the budget work session. Easy topic. You asked it. But I think the regular meeting is not pretty awesome, guys.
And we had a pretty good agenda too. So the question is, what are suggestions to make the budget and go there? Because they can't keep that.
They want to bog down in detail. And also be prepped. In other words, when you come in, at least for your committee, have gone over that part of the budget so that you're knowledgeable about it. Fewer questions.
I think we have to be able to make a decision during this budget hearings, though, and so posting them as work sessions versus regular meetings special meetings, where we make decisions, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that in the future, basically, what I feel is that we're kind of learning as new trustees anyway, the process. So as we go through future meetings, it will probably be more smooth because we won't be asking those questions about what does this column mean, you know, how will the totals work and all that. So the learning process is still happening.
But I think if everyone could think about it and figure on their own part how it could work a little better, I think it'd be helpful. Yeah.
Well, I want to know because I couldn't really review this budget because I didn't know what I was looking at for the columns. And so that's why I wrote my comments and sent them yesterday. But was that helpful to see what I asked? And what the
Yeah,
responses were?
unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to go through them all, so it was.
Yeah, and there'll be more. I think Cindy had a few more to answer because it wasn't time, or did you? And I. Oh, good. I didn't have a chance. And we could have them, you know, because I didn't get to, we didn't get the packet till Monday. I spent Monday afternoon and on Wednesday going through it. So I think it's gonna get better because with the labels, you know, for me, I am really concerned about reserves. So now to have labels on those lower, because I didn't know what those were. You know, again, so to me, we're new. And Cindy's doing it a little different because I asked her to, which I think is helpful, which is to know how much money do we have coming in, what do we have to spend, and what's left for staff and or projects. But we're also, when we get to water sewer, we are in trouble.
Yeah.
And I didn't know we were in trouble because I didn't know how to read that form. So I'm gonna know a lot more because I got answers to my questions. So,
Yeah, it was first.
So again, thanks for providing more information. What Cindy and I realized too, having done this, is that it's all, because we only do this process at this level once a year. A lot of these questions are questions that were asked last year and the year before, so we've got 2 years of it. So today, please don't tie my hands and make motions and vote, but just so you know, today Cindy and I were discussing taking that email and some of those repetitive questions and creating an FAQ that will be provided for,
Yes.
and you start the process every year.
Yep,
Yes, and
yep,
you
yep.
in a packet so that you already can see those and refer to it for some of those more general questions.
All right, well, I think we are adjourned.
Actually, I.
We still have 12 minutes. What are we gonna do?
I don't know, but you're right, I don't know.
Like to point out